In the autumn of 1994, a farmer near the town of Öğrençik, in the dry hill country of southeastern Turkey, was clearing stones from his field. He had done this every season of his life, the way his father had, and his father before him. His plough kept catching on something, not a rock, something flatter, something that did not want to move. He knelt in the dust and brushed it clear, and beneath his hands was the curve of worked limestone, smooth in a way the hillside stone never was. Nearby, half swallowed by the earth, the crown of something taller, a shape with shoulders. He did not know it yet, but he was kneeling on top of a hill that had been called, for as long as anyone remembered, Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill. A rise in the land so unremarkable that for decades archaeologists had walked its slopes, noted a scatter of broken flint and moved on. Just a hill, just stone. Within a year, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt would stand on that same rise, look down at a scrap of worked stone in the dirt, and feel something shift quietly in his understanding of how old the human story really is. He would later say that in that first moment he already knew he would spend the rest of his life here. What lay beneath the hill was older than writing, older than the wheel, older than pottery, older than the first mud brick wall, older by thousands of years than the idea of a city. It was a temple, and it should not have existed. If you enjoy documentaries like this to fall asleep to, subscribe. I post a new mystery like this every week. Let's go back to that hillside and let it open up slowly, the way it opened up for the people who first dug into it. You're standing on a low rise above a wide, dry plain in what is now southeastern Turkey, close to the Syrian border, not far from a city called Şanlıurfa. The land here is the kind that looks used up. Pale limestone hills roll away in every direction, cut by seasonal streams that run only when the rains come. It is the sort of landscape you might drive through without a second look, the sort of hill you might walk over 100 times and never wonder what's underneath your boots. But this hill is not natural, not entirely. Under a shallow cap of soil and centuries of wind-blown dust, the hill is made, at least in part, of itself, of what people brought to it, buried in it, and left behind. Archaeologists have a word for a mound like this, a tell. A hill built up by human hands and human habits, layer over layer, until the original shape of the land underneath is almost impossible to find. Ground-penetrating radar and geomagnetic surveys, quiet instruments that let you see into the earth without disturbing it, have mapped what lies beneath the surface across the whole hill, and what they found was not one buried building. It was many, at least 20 distinct circular and oval enclosures, spread across an area of roughly 9 hectares. That is larger than 10 American football fields, laid out side by side across a single hilltop, almost all of it still unexcavated, still waiting under the soil, still dark. In the parts that have been carefully opened, archaeologists have uncovered several of these enclosures fully. They gave them ordinary letters, the way you might label rooms in a house you're still exploring. Enclosure A, Enclosure B, Enclosure C, Enclosure D. Each one is a ring, or something close to a ring, of massive standing stones, cut into a shape you have almost certainly never seen in nature. A tall, thick shaft rising from the ground, and at the top, a wide, flat crossbar resting over it at a right angle. Like a capital T, if a capital T were carved from solid limestone and stood taller than a person, taller than 2 people, in some cases taller than 3. The largest of these stones, still lying in the quarry nearby, unfinished, never moved, is over 7 meters long. If it had been raised, it would have stood taller than a 2-story house. It was abandoned mid-carving, still attached to the bedrock, as though the people cutting it simply stopped one day and never came back to finish the work. The pillars that were finished and raised are smaller than that giant, but still enormous by any human measure. The largest stand over 5 meters tall, some weigh close to 10 tons. A few, according to some estimates, may weigh considerably more. To put that in a scale you can hold in your mind, a fully grown African elephant weighs about 6 tons. Some of these stones, cut from bedrock and carried and lifted into place by people who had no wheels, no draft animals, no metal tools of any kind, weigh more than that. And they did not stand alone. In each enclosure, the T-shaped pillars are arranged in a ring, smaller ones spaced evenly around the outside, connected by low stone walls and stone benches built into the space between them, so that if you stood inside one of these enclosures, you would be surrounded on every side by these tall watching shapes. At the centre of each ring stand two pillars, larger than all the rest, facing each other across the open space in the middle. Not decoration, not scattered, placed. Two central figures, facing one another, with an audience of smaller stone shapes ringed around them, all raised on a hilltop with a view for miles in every direction. Now think about the date. The layer of the site where these great rings were built has been dated through radiocarbon analysis of organic material found packed in and around the stones to roughly 9,600 BCE. That means these enclosures were raised around 11,600 years ago. It helps to hold two other dates next to that one. Stonehenge in England, the great stone circle so many of us grew up thinking of as ancient beyond imagining, was built starting around 3000 BCE. The pyramids of Giza rose around 2560 BCE. Both of those, remarkable as they are more than 6,000 years younger than the oldest rings on this hill. If you stood at the base of the Great Pyramid on the day it was finished and looked back through time toward the builders of this place, you would be looking across a gap of time longer than the entire span from that pyramid to right now, tonight to you listening to this. Writing had not been invented yet. Pottery had not been invented yet. The wheel did not exist. Nobody anywhere on Earth had yet planted a deliberate field of crops or penned a herd of tame animals. The people who quarried, carved, moved and raised these stones were, by every definition we had used until this hill was uncovered, hunter-gatherers, people who followed the seasons, people who moved with the animals and the wild grain, people who, according to almost every theory taught in almost every classroom before 1995, were not supposed to be capable of a project like this. That is the first quiet shock of this place. Not a single stone, not a single carving, just the scale of it, settling in slowly. 20 enclosures, some pillars weighing as much as a small building, a construction and use span, according to the layers of the site, stretching across roughly 1,500 years, maybe longer, generation after generation returning to this same hill to keep building, keep raising, keep adding. And it does not stop with the giant rings. As excavation widened outward from the earliest, largest enclosures, archaeologists found later phases of building layered above them, smaller rectangular rooms, smaller pillars, some barely reaching your waist. The great rings from the earliest phase seem to have been filled in deliberately over time, buried under rubble and soil, and new, smaller structures built above the old ones, closer to the surface, closer to us. It's as if the hill itself is a kind of layered memory. The oldest, grandest gestures buried deepest, and above them, smaller echoes of the same idea, fading in size and ambition century by century, the way a story told and retold sometimes shrinks with each new voice that carries it. Let's slow down here and take in the details, one at a time, the way the archaeologists themselves had to, because nothing about this site was uncovered quickly, nothing about it was obvious from a single glance. When Klaus Schmidt first arrived at the hill in 1994, he was not exactly discovering it. A survey team from the University of Chicago and Istanbul University had walked over this same ground back in 1963, noted the broken stone tools scattered across the surface, the odd-worked slabs poking through the soil, and concluded reasonably enough, given what they expected to find, that this was probably a medieval graveyard, a scattering of old tombstones, nothing more. They wrote it into their notes and moved on, and for over 30 years no one returned. Schmidt came back to that same hillside decades later with a different question in mind. He had been working at another ancient site nearby and had read the old survey notes describing flint tools scattered across Göbekli Tepe's slopes. Something about the description didn't sit right with him. Too many flint tools, too dense a scatter for a simple cemetery. He decided to see it for himself. He has described that first walk up the hill many times since, in interviews, in his own writing. The wind, the heat, the pale stone underfoot. And then, near the crest of the hill, a broken piece of limestone catching the light in a way that felt deliberate rather than accidental. A curve where there should have been a jagged edge. It is worth sitting with that moment for a while. A single scholar walking a hill that had already been dismissed once, noticing one small thing that didn't fit, and choosing to look closer instead of walking on, Almost every great discovery in this field seems to begin exactly that way. Not with a sudden reveal, but with someone refusing to stop looking at something everyone else had already decided was ordinary. Excavation began the following year in 1995 and continued season after season for nearly 2 decades under Schmidt's direction. Slowly, patiently, the true shape of what lay under the soil began to surface. Not a graveyard, not a village, something else, something the field did not yet have a comfortable word for. The enclosures were given names that sound almost mundane next to what they contain. Enclosure A, the first to be fully revealed, sits toward the edge of the hill and shows some of the earliest carved reliefs found anywhere on the site. Enclosure B lies close beside it, its central pillars slightly smaller but its ring more complete. Enclosure C is the largest of the group excavated so far, an oval nearly 30 metres across at its widest point, its walls built up in overlapping phases as though it had been rebuilt, expanded or repaired more than once across its long use. Enclosure D, perhaps the most photographed, holds 2 of the tallest and most finely carved central pillars on the entire hill, facing each other across a floor of packed burnished clay, worn smooth by uncounted footsteps across uncounted seasons. It's worth pausing on that detail, a floor worn smooth by footsteps, not the boots of archaeologists, not tourists, not anyone from this last century of visitors. The people who built this place, and the people who came after them for the 1500 years or so that the site was in use, walked here often enough, stood here long enough, moved across this floor with enough regularity that their bare or sandaled feet polished the clay beneath them into something soft and worn, the way a stone stair softens under centuries of climbing. That's not what you'd expect from a place used once and abandoned. It's what you'd expect from somewhere returned to, again and again, season after season, maybe generation after generation, drawn back to the same hilltop, the same rings of stone, the same 2 great watching figures at the centre. The tools left scattered across the site tell part of the labour story. Thousands of flint blades, some finished, most simply discarded once dulled. Stone hammers and pounders, heavy hand-sized cobbles worn smooth on one end from repeated pounding against something harder than themselves. Antler tools, likely used to work the softer limestone before it hardened with age. Grinding stones, worn into shallow bowls from years of use. None of it metal, none of it anything but stone, bone, antler and wood. And yet from these simple materials came stones weighing as much as a loaded truck, carved with a precision that still surprises the researchers who study them today. The quarry itself sits only a few hundred metres from the enclosures on the same limestone plateau. You can walk there today and see, still lying half-cut in the bedrock, a handful of pillars that were begun and never finished. One of them, the largest known pillar at the entire site, stretches nearly 7 metres along the stone, its outline already roughed out, its crossbar top already beginning to separate from the surrounding rock, and then, for reasons no one can say, the work simply stopped. Maybe the stone cracked as it was being freed. Maybe the effort required to move something that size finally exceeded what the builders could manage. Maybe something else entirely happened, some interruption in the life of the people working that quarry, that we will never recover from the silence of the stone. Whatever the reason, it was left there, half-born, and it has been lying in that same spot for roughly 11,600 years. Think about the distance the finished pillars had to travel. From this quarry to the enclosures is not far as the crow flies, perhaps a few hundred metres, but the ground between them rises and falls, uneven and rocky, without a single flat road, without a single wheel to ease the way. Every stone that made it from the quarry to its resting place in the ring had to be moved by hand, or by rope, or by log rollers, or by some combination of methods we can only guess at, across ground that offered no help at all. And once at the enclosure, each pillar had to be tipped upright, socketed into a pre-cut slot in the bedrock floor, and stabilised so that it could stand, unsupported, holding its own great weight, for what has turned out to be over 11,000 years. Most of them are still standing today, tilted slightly in places, cracked in a few but upright, still holding the pose they were set into on the day they were raised. There is something quietly staggering about that fact, and it's worth letting it settle rather than rushing past it. We build things today with steel reinforcement, engineered foundations, decades of accumulated structural knowledge, and we still see buildings crack and lean and eventually fall within a few centuries. These stones, raised by people working with rope and muscle and stone tools, have stood through 11,500 years of wind, rain, frost and earthquake, and most of them have not fallen. How many people would it have taken? That's usually the first question anyone asks once the scale of it sinks in, and it's a fair one. Researchers who study ancient construction have tried to model it, using what we know about the weight of the stones, the friction of dragging heavy loads over packed earth, the strength of rope made from plant fibre or hide, the number of hands that could realistically fit around a single stone without simply getting in each other's way. The estimates vary, as estimates always do when you're reconstructing a labour process from 11,000 years remove, but the rough consensus lands somewhere in the range of dozens to a few hundred people working together for a single pillar over the course of days or weeks, not counting the separate work of quarrying, shaping and carving that would have come before the moving even began. That number matters more than it might seem to at first. Hunter-gatherer groups, in most of our models of how humans lived before farming, are usually imagined as small. Bands of a few dozen people, moving together, splitting and rejoining with other bands at certain times of year, but rarely gathering in numbers large enough to organise something like this. 100 people working together on a single stone implies either an unusually large resident population, or something else, something more interesting. Gatherings, seasonal meetings, groups that did not live together year-round but came together, deliberately, at this hill for this purpose, and then dispersed again once the work, or the ceremony, or whatever drew them here was finished. We'll come back to that idea later, because it may be the key to understanding not just how this place was built, but why. For now, let it simply sit with you as part of the scale of the thing, not a small project, not the work of a single family, a single household, a single generation. A project vast enough, and repeated often enough across more than a millennium, that it required people to come together in numbers we don't usually associate with a way of life defined, in every textbook, by scattered wandering small group survival. Beyond the great rings themselves, the excavated portion of the hill has produced tens of thousands of individual finds, animal bones by the ton, mostly from wild gazelle, wild boar and wild cattle called aurochs, the ancestors of modern cattle, along with wild sheep, deer and birds. Broken flint tools in staggering quantities, more than have been recovered from many entire regions of comparable age. Fragments of carved stone that don't belong to any standing pillar, suggesting even more carving activity than what remains upright today. Small stone bowls and vessels, some large enough to have held significant quantities of liquid. And beneath the enclosures, in the fill that was used to bury them, layer after layer of debris. Not trash exactly, though it includes what looks like the leftovers of feasting. Broken tools, animal bone, fragments of carved stone deliberately mixed with soil and rubble and packed in around the standing pillars until the entire ring was submerged beneath the surface of the hill, the great watching stones swallowed by the earth they had been raised from. That burial, deliberate and enormous in scale, is one of the strangest facts about this entire hill, and we'll spend real time with it later in this story, because it may be the single detail that tells us the most about what this place actually meant to the people who built it. For now, simply hold the image. A monument raised with staggering effort across generations, used, returned to, worn smooth by footsteps, and then, eventually, deliberately covered over, buried by the same hands, or the descendants of the same hands that had raised it in the first place. 9 hectares of hilltop, at least 20 enclosures, pillars weighing as much as elephants, standing 11,600 years without falling. A construction and use span longer than the distance between the pyramids and this very night. All of it built by people who, as far as the evidence tells us, had no permanent city, no written language, no domesticated crop, no metal. And we've barely begun to ask how. Let's linger a little longer on the sheer footprint of the place, because it's easy to let a number like 9 hectares slide past without really landing. Picture instead a slow walk. If you climbed to the highest point of the hill today and turned in a full, unhurried circle, you would be standing roughly at the centre of a buried landscape wider than most small towns. Beneath your feet in every direction, more rings, more pillars, more carved stone still resting exactly where it was left, still dark, still waiting for a trowel that has not yet reached it. Fewer than 1/10 of the estimated total site has been excavated in all the years since Klaus Schmidt first climbed this hill. That means, statistically, that almost everything we have described so far, everything that has already reshaped an entire field of study, represents only the smallest visible edge of something far larger still buried beneath the soil. The researchers currently working the site, and the generations of archaeologists likely to follow them, may spend the rest of this century simply opening up what is already known to be there, without ever running out of new ground to uncover. That thought alone is enough to keep a person awake with wonder, and yet it seems to have the opposite effect on almost everyone who spends real time with this place. There's something calming in knowing that a mystery this large cannot be rushed, that the hill will keep its secrets at its own pace, releasing them slowly, one careful season of digging at a time, the way an old house releases its stories only to someone patient enough to stay and listen. In 2018, the site was formally inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Location, a recognition that placed it, on paper at least, in the same category of significance as Petra, or the pyramids, or the ancient temples of Angkor. But unlike almost every other site on that list, most of what makes this hill remarkable is still, quite literally, underground. Its significance was recognised before its full extent was even seen. A protective canopy now stretches over the excavated enclosures, a wide modern roof on steel supports, shielding the ancient stone from the rain and the relentless sun of the region. Beneath that canopy, walkways allow visitors to look down into the rings without stepping onto the worn clay floors themselves, the same floors polished smooth by feet that walked here 11,000 years before any tourist's boot ever touched this ground. It is a strange kind of theatre if you think about it. Modern steel and glass, built specifically to protect and frame something built by people who had neither. A shelter, in a sense, built around a shelter, or a temple, or whatever this place truly was, so that we might keep looking at it a little longer before time and weather claim it back the way time and weather eventually claim everything. Consider too the wider landscape this hill belongs to, because it is not alone. In the years since Göbekli Tepe's true age was confirmed, archaeologists surveying the surrounding region, an area now sometimes called the Tepeler, the Stone Hills, have identified a whole cluster of similar sites scattered across the same limestone plateau. Karahan Tepe, some 40 kilometres away, has produced its own forest of carved pillars, its own strange animal reliefs, its own evidence of enormous coordinated effort by people who, according to the old models, should not have had the social structure to coordinate anything at all. Sites with names like Nevalachori, Sefer Tepe, and Habetsuvan Tepesi round out a picture that grows stranger and richer with every new field season. This was not, it seems, one isolated hill where one unusually ambitious group of people decided, for reasons of their own, to build something extraordinary. It was a pattern, a whole landscape of hilltop sanctuaries built across roughly the same centuries by populations who were, as far as we can tell, still living the mobile, hunting, gathering existence that every textbook once insisted came before, not alongside, monumental architecture. That widens the scale of the mystery considerably. It is one thing to explain a single remarkable hill. It is another thing entirely to explain a whole region quietly filling itself with temples, over and over, hilltop after hilltop, in the centuries just before the invention of farming as we know it. Something was happening across this landscape that reached well beyond any one community, any one family of builders, any one hilltop. Something that pulled people together, again and again, across a much wider stretch of land than a single hill could ever account for on its own. We will return to what that something might have been. For now, simply let the scale of it settle a little deeper. Not one hill, a landscape of hills. Not one ring of stone. Dozens, scattered across tens of kilometres, still being found, still being mapped, still, in most cases, barely begun. Consider the weight of stone that has already been moved and measured, just within the excavated portion of Göbekli Tepe itself. Researchers estimate the combined mass of the standing pillars in the excavated enclosures alone runs into many hundreds of tons of worked limestone. Hundreds of tons quarried by hand, carved by hand, moved without wheels, without draft animals, without metal, across ground that offered no assistance at all. And that is only the fraction of the hill that has so far seen daylight again. It helps sometimes to think in smaller units. A single adult person, in reasonably good condition, can typically drag or pull a sledge loaded with perhaps a few hundred kilograms across level ground, if the friction is reduced with water or fat or a well-built track of logs. Multiply that by the dozens or the hundreds of hands the models suggest were needed for even a single large pillar, and the picture that emerges is not of a lone genius or a secret lost technology. It is of coordination, of many people working together toward a shared and evidently very important goal. That in the end may be the truest measure of the scale here. Not simply how big the stones are, though they are astonishingly big. Not simply how many enclosures lie beneath this hill, though there are far more than anyone expected to find. But how many human beings it must have taken, working in patient, coordinated effort across many generations, to raise all of it, one careful stone at a time, on a hilltop that offered them nothing in return but a wide view of the plain below and whatever it was they came here seeking. Hold that number, whatever combination of hundreds or thousands of hands it truly took across those 15 centuries, gently in mind as we move forward now into the harder question of exactly how they did it. Let's go back to the quarry, because that's where the real question begins. Not the mystery of who, not yet the mystery of why, but the plainer, heavier question of how. How do you cut a 7-metre block of limestone free from solid bedrock using nothing but stone, bone, antler, and the strength of your own 2 hands? You reach down and pick up a hammerstone. It's heavier than it looks, dense, rounded, worn smooth on one face from long use. This is the tool. Not a chisel, not a saw, not anything with an edge at all. Just a rounded stone swung again and again against the surface of a larger stone, pounding it, grain by grain, into dust and rubble. It sounds almost too simple to work, and yet this is, as far as the tool marks scattered across the quarry can tell us, exactly the method the builders used. You would begin by tracing the outline of the pillar you wanted onto the flat surface of the bedrock, and then start pounding a channel around that outline. A groove sunk deeper and deeper with every strike, hour after hour, day after day, until the groove was deep enough to isolate the block on all sides but one, the base, where it still clung to the parent rock beneath it. The limestone in this region has a quality that made this slow, punishing labour at least possible. It is relatively soft when it's first quarried, softer than granite, softer than basalt, easier to work than almost any other stone commonly used in ancient construction. Fresh from the ground, it can be pounded and shaped with patience rather than raw force. It is only after long exposure to open air, a process geologists call case hardening, that the outer surface of this kind of limestone slowly stiffens and toughens, forming a harder shell around a softer core. The builders, it seems, understood this, whether through direct observation or simple trial, an accumulated habit passed down across generations. Quarry the stone while it is still young and workable, and let it harden afterward, in place on the hill, where it would need to stand for longer than any of them could have imagined. Once a pillar's outline had been sunk deep enough into the bedrock, the final separation, cutting it free at the base, would have been the most delicate and dangerous part of the whole process. Wooden wedges, soaked in water, could be driven into cracks along the base and left to swell, prying the block loose along a natural fracture line. Or fire could be used, heating the stone until it was hot enough to crack cleanly when doused suddenly with cold water, the same thermal shock technique used by quarry workers in many parts of the ancient world, long before anyone had a word for thermal expansion. However it was done, the moment the block finally broke free must have been its own kind of ceremony. Weeks, maybe months of pounding and grinding, and then, in a single moment, the stone shifting, settling, coming loose from the bedrock that had held it for millions of years before any human hand ever touched it. And that was only the beginning. Now you have a block of stone weighing several tons, lying loose in a quarry a few hundred meters from where it needs to go, on ground that rises and falls unevenly, without a single road, without a single wheel anywhere on the entire continent at this point in history. How do you move it? This is where the story gets its most vivid, most physically real. Archaeologists and experimental engineers over the years have tried to answer this question not just on paper, but with their own hands, dragging replica stones of comparable weight across similar terrain, testing method after method to see what actually works, and what only sounds plausible until you try it. the most consistent answer, echoed across dozens of separate experiments at sites around the world, involves three simple ingredients: rope, made from plant fibre or animal hide, twisted and braided into lines strong enough to bear enormous tension; wooden sledges, flat platforms built from timber, onto which the stone could be levered and lashed; and most importantly, effort applied not by one enormous pull, but by dozens, sometimes hundreds, of separate hands, pulling together in coordinated rhythm. Picture it. A team of people arranged along two long ropes fixed to a wooden sledge. On the sledge, a stone weighing as much as a loaded delivery truck. Beneath the sledge, the ground has been prepared, packed and levelled where possible, sometimes wetted down to reduce the friction between the wood and the earth beneath it. A single voice, or a drum beat, or a chant sets the rhythm, so that every rope pulls at the same instant, converting dozens of separate small efforts into a single continuous force. The stone does not leap forward, it creeps. A few centimetres at a time, with each coordinated pull, the sledge groaning against the earth, the ropes straining, sweat and dust rising off the whole, labouring mass of people in the dry heat of this landscape. It would have taken hours to move the stone even a short distance. Over the full few hundred metres from quarry to enclosure, it may have taken days, spread across whatever periods of rest and food and water the effort demanded. There is something almost hypnotic in imagining it now, at this distance, the rhythm of it. Pull and rest, the stone inching forward across ground that has not changed all that much in the 11,500 years since. The same pale hills, the same dry wind, the same wide sky stretching out over the plain below. Once the stone reached the enclosure, an entirely new problem presented itself. The pillar had to be raised from lying flat to standing upright, tipped into a vertical socket that had already been cut into the bedrock floor of the ring to receive it. This is, structurally speaking, one of the more dangerous moments in the entire process. A multi-ton stone, off balance, being levered upward, represents enormous stored energy, and if it slips, if a rope frays, if the base catches wrong in its socket, the result could be catastrophic for anyone standing too close. The likely method, based on comparative studies of other ancient stone-raising traditions around the world, involved building a ramp of packed earth and timber up to the socket, sliding the base of the pillar into position at the top of the ramp, and then using a combination of levers, ropes, and the sheer weight of many bodies pulling in coordinated sequence to walk the stone upright, inch by inch, until gravity finally took over and the pillar dropped the last distance into its socket, settling into the position it has now held for well over 11,000 years. Some researchers have proposed an alternative, or a complementary technique, sometimes called the walking method, the same rocking side-to-side motion, later famously used to move the great stone statues of Easter Island, thousands of years after this hill was already old. You lash ropes to the top of an upright, or nearly upright, stone, and have teams on either side pull in alternating rhythm, causing the stone's base to rock and pivot, walking forward one edge at a time, like a person shuffling a heavy piece of furniture across a floor rather than lifting it outright. Whichever combination of methods was used, and it may well have varied from pillar to pillar, from enclosure to enclosure, from one generation of builders to the next, the fact remains almost impossibly simple, and almost impossibly difficult at the same time. No pulleys, no wheels, no metal levers or chains, no draft animals bred and trained to pull a load. Just human effort, applied with patience, coordination, and, we can only assume, a shared and deeply held conviction that the effort was worth making. Now think about the carving. Because the pillars were not simply raised. Many of them were finished with reliefs cut directly into the stone, images of animals rendered with a confidence and a technical control that still surprises specialists who study far later, far more resourced traditions of stone carving. Foxes caught mid-stride, boars with raised bristles along their spine, snakes coiled in tight deliberate loops, long-necked birds with wings folded close against their bodies, scorpions with their tails curved up and ready to strike. Each of these images was cut using the same basic toolkit as the pillars themselves, flint blades for the finer lines, harder stone pounders for the deeper relief work, patient hours of grinding and polishing to bring out the final smooth finish that still catches the light today, more than 11,000 years later. Look closely at one of the fox reliefs and you can see the care in it. The proportion of the legs to the body, the slight curve of the tail, the way the ears are angled forward, alert, watching. This is not the crude scratching of people just beginning to experiment with representational art. This is confident, practiced work, the product of a tradition that clearly had time to develop, to refine itself, to pass its techniques down from one carver to the next, long before this particular hill was ever chosen as a place to build. That raises its own quiet question, one worth sitting with for a moment. If the carving is this accomplished, this assured, on the very oldest structures we have found, what came before it? Where is the tradition of simpler, cruder early attempts that we would expect to find leading up to this level of skill? So far, nothing like that has turned up. The earliest pillars we have are already, in a sense, masterworks, as though the skill required to produce them existed somewhere, was practiced somewhere, for some unknown span of time before it ever arrived on this hill. Maybe that earlier, simpler tradition is still out there, waiting under some other hill we haven't found yet, or waiting in a form that doesn't preserve as well as carved stone, wood carving perhaps, or leatherwork, or body paint and temporary ornament that leaves nothing behind for us to find 11,000 years later. Or maybe the skill built up faster than we'd expect, the way a community of practiced hands can refine a shared technique within a handful of generations once the right conditions, the right motivation, and the right amount of accumulated free time and cooperative labour all come together at once. Either way, the confidence of the carving adds another layer to the difficulty of the making. This was never simple, improvised effort. It was skilled, deliberate craft, carried out by people who clearly knew exactly what they were doing, applied to stones so large that simply moving them stood, on its own, as one of the more remarkable engineering achievements of the ancient world. There is a particular kind of quiet awe in imagining the labour of it all laid end to end. The pounding in the quarry, weeks of it, day after day, hands blistering and healing and blistering again. The careful thermal cracking or wedge splitting that finally freed the block. The long, slow drag across uneven ground, dozens of voices calling rhythm, dozens of backs bent into the ropes. The dangerous, deliberate raising, the stone tipping upright at last, dropping into its socket with a weight that must have been felt through the ground itself. And only then, once the pillar stood, the carving. Weeks more, maybe months more, of patient, careful work, cutting a fox or a boar or a bird into the surface of something that had already cost so much simply to bring to this place. And they did this not once, not for a single pillar, but for dozens of pillars, across at least 4 fully excavated enclosures and likely many more still buried, across a span of use stretching well over 1,000 years. Generation after generation, inheriting the same skills, the same techniques, quite possibly the same specific quarry, and choosing, again and again, to spend that staggering amount of collective effort on this hill for reasons that still are not entirely clear to us today. It's worth pausing here on one detail that experimental archaeologists keep returning to, because it changes how you picture the whole scene. This work did not require specialists in the way we might picture specialists today, engineers with formal training, foremen directing crews. What it required, more than anything else, was people willing to show up, willing to spend days, weeks, whole seasons of their lives on physically exhausting repetitive labour, in service of a shared goal that offered no immediate practical return, no shelter, no food stored up, no obvious defensive advantage, just the raising of stone. That single fact, more than the tonnage of the pillars or the precision of the carving, might be the truest measure of how impossible this making really was. Not impossible in the sense that it defied the laws of physics. Everything here can be explained step by step with tools and techniques we can reconstruct and test today. Impossible in the sense that it required something harder to quantify than muscle or rope. It required belief. It required people, generation after generation, choosing to give an enormous portion of their limited hard-won time on this earth to an effort whose only visible reward was the standing of a stone. What would make hundreds of people, across more than 1,000 years, agree that this effort was worth making again and again on this same quiet hill? Let's slow down again, because there's more to learn from the tools themselves before we move on. Archaeologists working the site have recovered what they describe as an almost overwhelming density of flint debris scattered across the excavation area, so much of it that some seasons the team has had to develop entirely new systems just to catalogue it all. Cores, the raw lumps of flint from which blades were struck. Flakes, the sharp-edged byproducts of that striking, some clearly refined into tools, others discarded after a single use. Finished blades, some with the characteristic sheen along one edge that specialists call sickle gloss, a polish that develops specifically from repeated contact with the silicone plant stems, suggesting these tools were used, at least some of the time, for harvesting wild grasses. That detail is worth holding on to for later, because it hints at a thread connecting this place of stone and ceremony to something much more practical, much more grounded in the daily business of survival. But for now, stay with the tools themselves and what they tell us about the labour of building. Where patterns on the heavier hammer stones, examined under magnification by researchers specialising in what's called use-wear analysis, show the particular kind of blunting and microfracturing you would expect from repeated percussion against a harder material, exactly consistent with the pounding technique used to shape the pillars. Some of these hammerstones were clearly used until they were worn down to a fraction of their original size, discarded only once they had been ground almost too small to hold comfortably. A small, quiet testament to just how much use they saw before they were finally set aside. Antler tools, too, appear throughout the site, some showing wear patterns consistent with prying and levering rather than direct percussion, suggesting they may have played a role in the delicate final stages of separating a nearly finished block from the surrounding bedrock, or in adjusting the fit of a pillar once it had been lowered into its socket. Antler has a particular resilience, a slight give under stress that stone lacks entirely, which would have made it well suited to exactly this kind of careful, high-stakes final adjustment, where too much force applied too suddenly could crack a stone that had already cost weeks of labour to bring this far. Consider too the sockets themselves cut directly into the bedrock floor of each enclosure to receive the base of each standing pillar. These are not simple holes. Excavation has shown that many of them were carefully shaped to match the specific base of the pillar meant to stand in them, a kind of custom-fitted joint between stone and stone, cut with enough precision that once the pillar dropped into place, it required little or no additional support to remain standing for the millennia that followed. That precision implies planning. It implies that the base of the pillar was measured or at least closely estimated before or during the socket cutting process, so that stone met stone in a fit tight enough to hold under its own enormous weight without further reinforcement. It's worth comparing this labour, briefly, to other megalithic traditions around the world, if only to place it in a context that might feel more familiar. The great standing stones of Stonehenge, raised thousands of years later, involved moving bluestones weighing 2 to 5 tons across distances of well over 150 miles, an engineering feat that still generates active scholarly debate about the exact methods involved. The moai of Easter Island, some weighing over 80 tons, were moved across the island using techniques experimental archaeologists have only in recent decades begun to reliably reconstruct. In each of these cases, later, sometimes far later, than the hill we're exploring tonight, the challenge of moving and raising enormous stone without modern machinery has proven itself again and again to be difficult, but never impossible, provided you have enough coordinated human effort and enough time. What sets this hill apart is not that the engineering itself was more advanced than these later examples. In many ways it was simpler, more direct, relying on fewer specialised techniques. What sets it apart is the date. Everything else on this list of great stone-moving achievements belongs to societies we already understood, going in to be complex. Farming societies, societies with settled towns with social hierarchies, with surplus food freeing certain people to specialise in engineering, in craft, in ritual, rather than in the daily hunt for the next meal. This hill belongs to none of that. It belongs to a world we had assumed, right up until the moment this hill was excavated, could not have produced anything like it. That, more than the tonnage or the technique, is the true centre of the impossible making. Not that the physics defied explanation, because it doesn't. Every stage of the process, quarrying, moving, raising, carving, can be reconstructed and demonstrated using tools and methods available to people 11,600 years ago. What defied explanation, at least for the archaeologists who first stood on this hill and began to understand what they were looking at, was the social world required to organise all of it. The gathering of enough hands in one place at one time, willing to spend weeks or months of hard labour on a project with no immediate material return. That kind of organisation, that kind of shared, sustained purpose, was something the field had confidently assumed belonged only to farming societies, to people who had already settled down, who already had surplus grain stored against the winter, who already had the luxury of time to spend on something other than the next meal. This hill suggests otherwise. It suggests that the gathering, the organising, the shared purpose might have come first, that people found a reason to come together, to cooperate at this scale, to build something enormous and lasting, before they ever needed a granary to make that cooperation possible. We'll spend real time with that idea later, because it may be the single most important thread running through this entire mystery. For now, simply sit with the physical reality of the making itself, the pounding, the dragging, the raising, the carving, all of it slow, all of it demanding, all of it achieved not through some lost, more advanced technology, but through patience, coordination, and an almost stubborn willingness, repeated across more than 1,000 years, to keep doing it again. Let's go back into Enclosure D because there is one detail we passed over quickly, and it deserves a slower look. It's the detail that changes how you see every pillar on this hill once you notice it. Stand in your mind at the edge of the ring, facing one of the two great central pillars. From a distance it reads simply as a shape, a wide, thick shaft of pale limestone rising taller than you, capped by a broad horizontal slab resting across the top like a lintel. A T, plain and abstract, the kind of geometric form you might see in a diagram before you ever saw it in stone. Now walk closer. Let your eyes drop from the top of the pillar down along its narrow front face, and there, carved in low relief, is a shape that changes everything. A thin, curved line, close to where a shoulder would be if this were a body. Then another, lower down, bending inward, ending in a small, careful hand. Fingers. Long, deliberately rendered fingers, resting together over what would be, on a human figure, the stomach. This is not a decorated stone marker. This is a figure, a person, or something person-shaped, rendered so abstractly that it took archaeologists real time and considerable disagreement to recognise what they were looking at. The wide crossbar at the top is not a lintel at all. It is a head, viewed from the front, the two ends of the horizontal slab reading "once you see it" as the outer edges of a face turn toward you. Look further down the shaft, and on some of the pillars, the picture completes itself. A belt, carved as a horizontal band around what would be the waist. Beneath the belt, on at least one pillar, a carved fox pelt hanging like a loincloth, complete with its own small tail, dangling exactly where a garment might hang from a real belt on a real body. On others, carved objects rest against where a hip would be, shapes some researchers read as tools, others as ceremonial items, hanging from a strap the way you might carry something useful or something meaningful at your side. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Every T-shaped pillar in these rings, all of them, the towering central pair and the smaller ones spaced evenly around the enclosure wall, becomes not architecture but assembly. Not stone furniture arranged in a circle, but a gathering. Figures standing shoulder to shoulder, arms bent, hands folded, facing inward, toward whatever or whoever stood at the centre. Sit with that image for a moment before we go further. Let it settle rather than rushing past it. A ring of stone figures, headless in the sense that they have no carved facial features at all, no eyes, no mouth, nothing to individualize them, and yet unmistakably watching. Arms folded, hands resting quietly, a posture of stillness, of attention, of waiting. The absence of facial features is, in its own way, one of the more haunting choices the builders made, and it seems to have been deliberate rather than accidental. Elsewhere on the hill, in smaller carved objects recovered from the fill, we find human faces rendered with real specificity, eyes, mouths, in some cases individualized enough to suggest a particular person rather than a generic type. The builders clearly knew how to carve a face when they wanted to. They chose not to, on the great standing figures themselves. Whatever these pillars represent, and researchers have proposed everything from ancestors to protective spirits to stylized deities, they were left deliberately faceless, present, but not fully individual, watching, but without eyes to watch with. Now turn your attention to the two central pillars, the pair that stands at the heart of every enclosure so far excavated, facing one another across the open floor. These are, without exception, the largest and most finely carved figures in each ring, and their placement facing each other rather than facing outward toward the smaller surrounding figures suggests a relationship. A pair. Two beings, or two aspects of the same idea, in quiet conversation, or confrontation, or communion, across the worn clay floor between them, while the smaller figures stand witness around the outer wall. In Enclosure D, the two central pillars carry some of the finest carving found anywhere on the hill. Belts, folded arms, carved hands, the right hand of one figure reaching down and around toward a carved object at the hip, a gesture so naturalistic, so specifically human in its small physicality that it is easy, standing before it even now, even only in imagination, to forget you are looking at limestone rather than flesh. The scale of these central figures, some standing over 5 meters tall, means that anyone standing on the enclosure floor between them would have been dwarfed. A person of ordinary height, standing at the center of this ring, would have come up perhaps to the waist or chest of these great watching shapes. Whatever ceremony, gathering, or private moment took place inside these rings, it took place beneath figures large enough to make every living participant feel, quite deliberately it seems, small. That's worth pausing on, because it may be one of the clearest signals we have about the emotional register the builders were reaching for. Scale, in architecture, is rarely accidental. A doorway built low forces you to bow as you pass through it. A ceiling built impossibly high makes you feel your own smallness beneath it. These enclosures, with their towering central figures and their ring of slightly smaller attendants, seem built for exactly this kind of effect. Not comfort, not shelter, in the practical sense. A deliberate physical experience of being small in the presence of something much larger than yourself. If you're using this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these videos. Maybe subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I always read the comments, and it's fascinating to see people from all over the world. Anyway, back to the mystery. Let's look now at the smaller pillars ringing the outer wall of each enclosure, because they carry their own carved decoration, distinct in character from the great central pair. Where the central figures often show the clearest anthropomorphic detail, arms, hands, belts, garments. The outer ring of pillars is where the animal reliefs cluster most densely. Foxes, boars, snakes, coiled and stretched in long, sinuous bands running the length of a pillar's shaft. Birds, their wings folded, their long necks curved. Scorpions, their tails raised. Wild aurochs, rendered with real anatomical care, horns curved forward, shoulders hunched with muscle. Some pillars carry a single animal, carved once, given the whole surface of the stone to itself. Others are covered almost edge to edge in overlapping figures, animals layered over animals in a density that some researchers have compared to a kind of visual noise, a deliberate crowding that might represent abundance or danger, or simply the accumulated additions of many hands and many years, each new carver adding to a surface that earlier carvers had already begun. The animals chosen are worth sitting with, because they are not the animals you might expect if this was simply a record of successful hunts, a kind of ancient trophy wall. Gazelle, which the bone evidence tells us made up the overwhelming majority of what these people actually ate, appear only rarely in the carved reliefs. Instead, the carvings favour animals that were, by every measure the bone evidence gives us, eaten far less often. Foxes, snakes, scorpions, vultures, creatures associated across countless later human cultures, not with the dinner table, but with danger, with death, with the boundary between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond it. That mismatch between what these people mostly ate and what they mostly carved is one of the quieter clues suggesting that these enclosures were never primarily about daily life at all. They were about something else, something symbolic, something closer to belief than to survival, even if belief and survival for people living this way may never have felt like separate categories in the first place. Let's look closer still at one particular pillar because it has become, in the years since its discovery, one of the most discussed and debated pieces of carved stone anywhere in the ancient world. Archaeologists number it Pillar 43, and it stands in Enclosure D, its narrow face covered almost entirely in a dense field of carved animals and abstract symbols, unlike anything else found on the hill. Near the top of the pillar, a vulture stands with its wings outstretched, and beneath one wing, carved small and precise, a circular shape that some researchers have read as a disc, perhaps representing the sun. Below the vulture, a scorpion. Below that, more birds, more abstract shapes, a scattering of symbols that resist easy interpretation. And near the very top of the pillar, above the vulture, a row of what look like handbags or baskets, an abstract shape repeated several times across the stone in a pattern that appears nowhere else on the hill with quite this density. We'll come back to this particular pillar later, when we talk about the theories people have built around it, because some researchers believe this dense field of carved symbols may record something specific, an event, a date, even, in the most debated interpretation, a memory of a catastrophe from the sky. For now, simply notice the density of it, the way this one pillar seems to hold more information, more layered symbolism than almost anything else on the hill, as though whoever carved it or whoever commissioned its carving needed to say something here that could not be said anywhere else. Step back now and take in the whole ring at once, the way someone standing at the centre of Enclosure D 11,600 years ago might have taken it in. Two great figures facing each other across the floor, faceless, armed with folded hands and carved belts, a ring of smaller figures around them, each carrying its own animal, its own private symbol, its own quiet piece of a story we can only partially reconstruct. All of it cut from the same pale limestone, all of it raised by the same patient, coordinated labour, all of it facing inward, toward the same open, empty centre. What was meant to happen in that centre? What did the people who gathered here do, standing small beneath these great watching shapes, surrounded on every side by carved foxes and boars and coiled snakes, and the two great faceless figures presiding over it all? We don't fully know, but the space itself gives us clues, and it's worth walking through what the floor, the walls, and the layout of the enclosure can tell us, even without a single word of written explanation to guide us. The floor of each enclosure is built from packed and burnished clay, or in some cases bedrock smoothed and levelled by hand, and in several enclosures low stone benches run along the base of the outer wall, built into the gaps between the standing pillars. These benches are wide enough and positioned at a height that researchers have suggested they may have been used for sitting, for placing objects, or possibly, in some interpretations, for the temporary placement of the dead during funerary rites, though the evidence for that particular use remains a matter of ongoing debate rather than settled fact. The entrances to these enclosures, where they can be identified, tend to be narrow, sometimes barely wide enough for a single person to pass through at a time, a deliberate constriction that would have forced anyone entering the ring to do so slowly, one at a time, funneled inward beneath the gaze of the standing figures on either side of the doorway. That kind of controlled entry is common across many later ritual architectures around the world, a deliberate design choice meant to slow the visitor down, to heighten the sense of crossing a threshold from ordinary space into something set apart. Taken together, the scale, the facelessness, the careful arm and hand carving, the dense animal reliefs, the narrow controlled entrances, the benches along the walls, all of it paints a picture, however incomplete, of a space built for a purpose beyond simple shelter or storage, a space built to be entered slowly, a space built to make you feel small, a space populated deliberately and at enormous cost with watching figures who have no eyes, and yet somehow, even now, even only in careful, patient imagination, still seem to be looking. Let's slow down further and consider the geometry of the enclosures themselves, because even the shape of the ring seems to have mattered to the people who laid it out. Enclosure C, the largest fully excavated so far, is not a perfect circle, but a slightly irregular oval, its outer wall built up in what appear to be at least two, possibly three, overlapping phases, as though the ring had been enlarged, or rebuilt, or repaired more than once across the centuries it remained in use. You can trace in the stonework places where an older wall was incorporated into a newer one, older pillars left standing while new pillars were added around them, a kind of architectural palimpsest, one generation's additions layered visibly over the last. That detail matters, because it tells us these were not static monuments, built once according to a single unchanging plan and then left untouched. They were living spaces in the sense that they continued to be worked on, adjusted, expanded, and maintained across a span of time far longer than any single human life. Whoever laid out the first ring of Enclosure C did not live to see its final form. The people who eventually finished the work generations later were continuing a project they had inherited rather than one they had begun. Think about what that implies. A plan, or at least an intention, passed down carefully enough, across enough generations, that the basic purpose and orientation of the site was preserved even as the specific people doing the building changed entirely. Parents teaching children not just how to quarry and carve stone, but why this particular hill, this particular ring, this particular gathering of watching figures mattered enough to keep building. Now consider the orientation of the enclosures themselves. Several of the rings, though not all, appear to be aligned in ways that some researchers have connected to particular points on the horizon, sunrise or sunset at certain times of year, though this remains one of the more contested threads of interpretation at the site, with some specialists arguing the alignments are deliberate and others arguing they are more likely the product of the natural slope and shape of the hill itself. What is not contested is that the builders had a clear view, from this hilltop, across the surrounding plain in nearly every direction, a vantage point that would have let them watch the sun and the stars rise and set against a wide, unbroken horizon, season after season, year after year, for as long as this place remained in use. It is worth remembering too that these were people who had spent their whole lives paying close attention to the sky, not out of idle curiosity but out of necessity. Hunter-gatherer life depends on tracking the seasons, knowing when the wild grain would ripen, when the gazelle would migrate, when the rains would come and go. A people already deeply practiced in watching the horizon for these practical reasons may well have folded that same careful attention into the ceremonial life they built on this hill, the sky itself becoming part of the architecture, framed and watched from within a ring of stone figures who, in their own stillness, seemed to share in that same patient watching. Let's return, one more time, to the question of the hands. Because among all the carved details across this hill, the hands may be the most quietly moving. On several of the central pillars, the carved hands are positioned not simply resting at the sides, but curved gently around the front of the body, fingers meeting just above where a belt is carved, in a gesture that feels, even now, oddly intimate. Not a gesture of aggression, not a gesture of command, something closer to stillness, something closer to patience or watchfulness or perhaps quiet grief. We will likely never know exactly what these gestures were meant to communicate to the people who carved them and the people who gathered beneath them, but it is worth noticing how much care went into getting that gesture right. Whoever carved these hands took the time to render individual fingers, to angle the wrist just so, to position the whole arm in a pose that reads, across 11,600 years, and every difference of language and belief that separates us from them as something recognizably careful, something meant. That perhaps is the quiet centre of this whole ring of stone. Not simply the scale of the pillars, though the scale is real, not simply the animals carved across their surfaces, though the animals carry meaning we are still working to understand. But the fact that somewhere in the careful positioning of a stone hand, in the deliberate absence of a carved face, in the narrow doorway that forces you to slow down before you can enter, there is evidence of intention. Of people who thought carefully about how this space should feel to stand inside, and who spent staggering amounts of effort making sure it felt exactly that way. There's a detail we touched on earlier, quickly, almost in passing, and it's time to go back and sit with it properly, because it may be the strangest single fact about this entire hill, stranger even than the pillars themselves. Every one of the great enclosures excavated so far, without exception, was deliberately buried. Not lost to time, not slowly swallowed by wind-blown dust over centuries of neglect, the way abandoned places usually disappear, buried, filled in, on purpose, by human hands, with a mixture of rubble, broken flint, animal bone, chips of worked limestone, and ordinary soil, packed in around the standing pillars until the entire ring vanished beneath the surface of the hill, the great watching figures submerged in the same earth they had been raised from. Think about what that means, and let it sit for a moment before you reach for an explanation. Somewhere between 3 and 5 cubic meters of fill, sometimes considerably more, was required to bury a single enclosure completely. Multiply that by every ring so far excavated, and you are looking at an act of labour nearly as staggering as the original construction. Quarrying and raising these pillars took enormous sustained effort. Burying them again, once they had stood, took nearly as much. Why would anyone do that? This is where the story turns quieter and a little more uncertain, and it's worth moving through it slowly the way the archaeologists themselves had to, layer by careful layer. The fill itself is not uniform rubble, the kind you might expect if a wall had simply collapsed and the debris was later shoved aside to make room for something new. It is a deliberate mixture, and within it, researchers have found what looks, in places, like the remains of feasting. Broken animal bone in enormous quantities, gazelle, wild boar, wild cattle, birds, cracked open in ways consistent with marrow extraction. The kind of intensive processing you'd expect from a large group of people eating together, rather than the scattered leftovers of a single family's ordinary meals. Alongside the bone, broken stone vessels, some large enough to have held significant quantities of liquid. In recent years, researchers examining the residue inside several of these vessels found chemical traces consistent with the fermentation of grain, a possible signature of an early form of beer or a similar fermented beverage, brewed and likely consumed here on this hill, quite possibly as part of whatever gathering preceded the burial of the ring. Picture it, if you can hold the image gently. A great feast gathered inside or around one of these rings of watching stone figures. Meat roasted and shared among however many people had travelled here for the occasion. Something fermented, something that would have left the gathering a little looser, a little warmer, a little more open than an ordinary evening around an ordinary fire. And then, at the end of it, whether that same night or across the following days, the deliberate work of burying the whole enclosure, filling it in with the very bones and broken vessels left over from the feast itself, until the great watching figures disappeared beneath the earth. There is a gentleness in that image, if you let yourself sit with it rather than rush past it toward a darker interpretation. A closing, a laying to rest, not unlike the way later cultures across the world have buried their own dead with feasting and ceremony, sealing a chapter with food and drink and effort, rather than simply walking away and letting time do the work of forgetting. But there is another thread running through this same fill, and it asks us to sit with something heavier. In 2017, researchers studying human bone fragments recovered from the fill layers published findings that added a new, more unsettling dimension to the story. Among the animal bone and broken stone, they identified fragments of human skull, at least 3 separate individuals, each bearing deliberate, carefully cut grooves running across the surface of the bone. Not damage from violence, not the kind of fracture you'd expect from an accident or an act of aggression. Careful, repeated incisions cut after death into bone that had already been cleaned of flesh. One of the fragments carried a small hole, deliberately drilled, positioned in a way that suggests the skull, or a portion of it, may have been meant to be suspended, hung, perhaps displayed, perhaps carried, perhaps hung somewhere within one of these enclosures where it could be seen by the people gathered beneath the standing figures. Researchers have been careful, appropriately careful, not to overstate what this evidence proves on its own. 3 individuals is a small sample, and the practice of modifying human skulls after death, sometimes called skull cult behaviour by archaeologists, appears at other sites across this same broad region and this same rough period, suggesting it may have been a wider practice rather than something unique to this one hill. Elsewhere in the ancient Near East, from roughly this same span of centuries, we find skulls deliberately separated from their skeletons, sometimes plastered over and reshaped with facial features rebuilt in clay, kept, displayed, or curated long after death, in a way that suggests the dead, or at least certain particular dead, were not simply buried and left behind, but kept close, tended, remembered, perhaps even consulted, in some form we can only partially reconstruct. If you're using this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these videos. There's no need to hold any of this too tightly. Let the details settle over you the way a story settles when you're already halfway to dreaming, more atmosphere than argument. Whether the skull fragments found at this hill represent ancestor veneration, a way of keeping the honoured dead present within the community rather than sealed away and separate, or something closer to what some researchers have more cautiously called trophy behaviour, evidence of conflict between rival groups remains for now genuinely unresolved. The cut marks alone cannot tell us which. Careful, deliberate incisions could be the work of respectful preparation, cleaning and marking a skull meant to be honoured and displayed among ancestors, or they could be the marks left by a very different kind of ceremony entirely, one bound up with power, with memory, with the marking of an outsider rather than the honouring of one's own. It's worth noticing too how the presence of these skull fragments changes the feeling of the whole hill without necessarily changing any of the facts we've already covered. The great watching figures are still there, faceless, arms folded, hands resting quietly at their belts. The animal carvings, foxes and boars and coiled snakes are still there, layered across the standing stones. But knowing that somewhere within this same buried fill, human skulls, carefully marked, carefully drilled, were also once present, adds a weight to the space that is harder to hold at arm's length. This was not only a place of gathering and feasting, it may also have been a place where the dead, or certain particular dead, were kept close, marked and remembered in ways we do not fully understand. Let's stay with the burial itself a little longer, because there is one more thread worth following before we move on. The fact that every excavated enclosure was eventually buried, and that each burial appears to have followed a broadly similar pattern, feasting debris packed in around the standing pillars, suggests this was not a single unusual event, some crisis or catastrophe that forced an abandonment. It looks, instead, like a repeated expected part of the life cycle of these places. A ring was built, a ring was used for years, perhaps for generations, and eventually a ring was closed, deliberately, ceremonially, with effort roughly comparable to the effort of building it in the first place. Some researchers have proposed that this pattern reflects a kind of ritual retirement. The same way a building might eventually be decommissioned rather than simply left to decay, its function fulfilled, its purpose complete, and its closing marked with the same seriousness as its opening. Others have suggested the burial may have served a more practical purpose as well, stabilizing the standing pillars, packing earth and rubble around their bases to keep them from toppling as the softer limestone weathered and weakened with age. A kind of ancient conservation effort, protecting the monument even as it disappeared from view. Both explanations can be true at once, and probably were, in the way that human ceremony so often serves several purposes layered quietly on top of each other. A closing that honours what came before, a practical act of preservation, a feast that both celebrates and grieves. None of these ideas cancel each other out. They sit together, the way most real human behaviour sits together, tangled and layered and never quite as simple as a single clean explanation. What we're left with, once the fill has been carefully excavated and each fragment catalogued, is a hill that seems to have understood something about endings that we don't always give our ancient ancestors credit for. These were not people building blindly toward permanence, raising a monument and assuming it would stand untouched forever. They built, they used, they gathered, they fed each other, and then, when the time came, they closed what they had made, with the same patient, coordinated effort that had brought it into being in the first place. And somewhere within that closing, quietly, carefully, a small number of human skulls, marked with grooves cut by careful hands, were laid to rest, or perhaps laid to watch, alongside the very stone figures who had already been watching, faceless and folded-handed over this hill for longer than any of them could have known. It's a strange kind of comfort in the end, sitting with a mystery this old and this unresolved. We don't need to know tonight exactly what those skull fragments meant to the people who carved and drilled and perhaps displayed them. We only need to sit quietly with the fact that this hill held both feasting and reverence, both celebration and something closer to grief, woven together in the same buried fill 11,600 years before either word, celebration or grief, existed in any language spoken by anyone alive today. Let's widen the frame a little, because the skull fragments from this hill do not stand entirely alone in the archaeological record of this period, and understanding their neighbours helps soften some of the unease without erasing it. At a site called Nevalachori, not far from Göbekli Tepe, and belonging to roughly the same broad cultural horizon, archaeologists uncovered a small carved stone head, separated from any body, its features rendered with unusual care, alongside evidence of similarly treated human remains. At Jericho, further south and somewhat later in date, entire skulls were found, with facial features carefully rebuilt in plaster, shells set into the eye sockets, faces reconstructed with enough individual character that some researchers believe they may represent specific remembered people rather than generic ancestral figures. Taken together, this scattering of sites suggests something important. Whatever was happening with human remains on this hill was not an isolated aberration, some strange local practice unique to one unusually intense community. It appears to have been part of a wider set of beliefs and practices shared, in some form, across a broad stretch of the ancient Near East, in the centuries just before farming reshaped how people lived. A shared vocabulary of death, memory, and the treatment of the skull specifically, appearing independently or perhaps not independently at all, but through contact and shared tradition across multiple communities separated by real distance. That widens the mystery in one direction even as it narrows it in another. It becomes harder to dismiss the skull fragments from this hill as some strange outlier, easier to see them as part of a broader, if still poorly understood, pattern of belief about what happens to a person, or at least to a person's head, after death. And it raises gently a question that will follow us through the rest of this story. If the skull carried this much weight, this much care, this much deliberate handling, what did these people believe was still present in it, even once the rest of the body was gone? We don't have an answer to that question, and we may never have one, but it's worth sitting with the shape of it a little longer, because it changes how you picture the enclosures themselves. Not simply a gathering place for the living, filled with feasting and carved animals and great watching stone figures. Perhaps also, at least sometimes, a gathering place where the dead, or a carefully chosen part of the dead, remained present, watched over, or watching, alongside the faceless figures carved into the standing pillars. Let's return once more to the physical act of burial itself, because there's a detail in the layering of the fill that deserves careful attention. Excavators working through the enclosures have identified distinct strata within the burial material, layers that suggest the filling was not always a single, rapid event, but in some cases a more gradual process, material added over time, perhaps across multiple visits, multiple gatherings, multiple returns to a ring that was already, by then, in the slow process of being closed. That detail softens the picture in an important way. It suggests these were not desperate, hurried burials, the kind you might imagine if the enclosures were being sealed in response to some sudden threat or disaster. They read instead as patient, considered, perhaps even affectionate in whatever sense that word can apply to people whose inner lives we can only guess at from the careful arrangement of stone and bone they left behind. A slow closing, a gradual letting go, material added a little at a time, across visits that may have stretched across years, until at last the great watching figures disappeared beneath the surface of the hill they had stood upon. There's a particular kind of quiet that settles over this part of the story if you let it. Not the quiet of a mystery unsolved and frustrating, but the quiet of a mystery that seems, even in its unresolved state, to be pointing towards something recognizably human. The instinct to mark an ending. The instinct to keep certain things close, even after they have been given up. The instinct to return, again and again, to a place that held meaning, even once that place has begun, deliberately, to disappear. Whatever these people believed, about the skulls they marked and drilled, about the great faceless figures they raised and then buried, about the animals they carved into stone rather than the animals they mostly ate, they clearly believed it deeply enough to spend extraordinary effort acting on it, again and again, across more than 1,000 years. That, more than any single theory about what any particular symbol meant, may be the truest thing we can say about this hill and the fill it has kept so carefully and so quietly for 11,600 years. Let's leave the ring for a while and follow the people who built it back down the hill, out onto the plain, into the wider landscape they actually spent most of their lives moving through. Because for all the time we've spent with stone, with carving, with burial and belief, it's easy to forget that the people responsible for all of it were, first and simply, people. They woke up cold some mornings. They argued probably over small things the way families and neighbours always have. They got hungry and thirsty and tired long before they ever thought about pillars or feasts or the careful marking of a skull. The bone evidence recovered from the site gives us a surprisingly detailed picture of what these people actually ate, and it is, on the whole, a picture of variety and skill rather than scarcity. Gazelle bones dominate the assemblage by a wide margin, suggesting these animals, small, fast migratory, were hunted here in real numbers, likely during specific seasons when local herds passed through the area in their annual movements. Alongside the gazelle, wild boar, wild sheep, red deer and wild cattle, the aurochs, an animal considerably larger and more dangerous than any of its modern domesticated descendants, standing well over 1.5 meters at the shoulder, capable of goring a careless hunter without much difficulty. Bird bones appear too, in real quantity, including species that suggest wetland or riverine hunting nearby, alongside the bones of birds of prey and vultures, whose presence in the food remains is more complicated to interpret, since vultures also feature so prominently in the carved reliefs, raising the question of whether they were hunted for food, for feathers, for some ceremonial purpose, or for some combination of all three that we can no longer fully separate. This was not a people living on the edge of starvation, scraping by on whatever they could find. The variety and volume of the animal bone recovered from the site suggests skilled, successful hunters working a landscape that, 11,600 years ago, was considerably richer in wild game than the drier, more thoroughly farmed landscape that surrounds the hill today. Forests of wild pistachio and almond likely covered parts of the surrounding hills. Wild cereals, the ancestors of wheat and barley, grew in the wild across the region in dense enough stands that they could be harvested in real quantity, using nothing more than a simple flint sickle. That last detail deserves its own careful attention, because it connects this hill to one of the most significant threads in the whole story of human history. Genetic studies of modern domesticated incorn wheat, one of the very first cereal crops ever brought under human cultivation, have traced its closest wild ancestor to a very specific, very limited stretch of mountains not far from this hill, the Karahan Range, rising along the horizon within sight of the very site we've been exploring tonight. Sit with that for a moment, because it's a detail easy to rush past and important to slow down for. The wild grass that would eventually become one of humanity's first domesticated crops, one of the foundational plants of the entire agricultural revolution that followed, grew wild in the hills visible from the top of this very mound. The people gathering here, building these rings, feasting inside them and burying them again, were living and working within sight of the exact plant population that, within a few centuries of this hill's active use, would become the literal seed of farming as we now understand it. That coincidence, if it is only a coincidence, has led some researchers to propose one of the most compelling threads running through the whole mystery of this place. Perhaps it was not farming that led to gathering, communities settling down first and building monuments only once agriculture had freed up the time and resources to do so, the old comfortable model taught for generations before this hill was found. Perhaps instead, gathering came first. Perhaps the seasonal pull of a shared ceremonial site, a place people returned to again and again for reasons bound up with belief rather than subsistence, is what first brought large numbers of people together, repeatedly in one place, long enough and often enough that someone eventually noticed the wild grain growing thick around the gathering site, and began, almost as an afterthought, tending it a little more closely each time they returned. We'll spend real time with that idea later, because it may be the single most important thread this hill has handed to the wider story of who we are and how we became who we are. For now, simply let it sit alongside the picture of daily life we're building. Skilled hunters, careful gatherers of wild grain, people who understood the rhythms of the seasons, the migrations of the herds, the ripening of the wild cereal, well enough to plan around them, gather around them, and it seems, build around them. Now, where did these people actually live day to day, when they were not gathered inside one of the great rings? For years after the first excavations began, the honest answer researchers gave was that they didn't fully know. The excavated core of the hill, the great enclosures themselves, showed no clear evidence of ordinary domestic life. No hearths for daily cooking, no scatter of household refuse, no clear sleeping areas, nothing that read as an ordinary home. That absence led Klaus Schmidt himself, in the early years of the excavation, to propose that this hill was never a settlement at all. It was, in his words, the first temple, a place people travelled to, gathered at, and then left, returning to more ordinary, more scattered dwellings elsewhere across the landscape, dwellings that have either not yet been found, or that left behind too little trace, being built from more perishable materials like wood, hide, and reed, to survive the 11,500 years since. More recent excavation seasons have complicated that picture a little, in interesting ways. Work in areas of the hill beyond the core enclosures has begun to reveal what look like smaller domestic structures, rectangular rooms with hearths and features more consistent with ordinary daily living, suggesting that at least some portion of the population may have lived closer to the ceremonial core than Schmidt's original model proposed. The truth, as it usually does with a site this large and this only partially uncovered, seems to sit somewhere between the two pictures. Perhaps a smaller resident population maintained a more permanent presence near the hill, tending it, caring for it between gatherings, while much larger numbers of people travelled in from further afield for the major seasonal ceremonies, the feasting, the building, and eventually the closing of each great ring. Try to picture what one of those larger gatherings might have looked like, drawing on everything the bone evidence, the tool scatter, and the layout of the enclosures themselves can tell us. People arriving from different directions along paths worn by generations of previous visits, carrying with them whatever food, tools, or gifts they intended to bring to the gathering. Small family groups merging into larger bands as they approach the hill, voices calling greetings across distances that may have separated relatives and old acquaintances for the better part of a year since their last meeting. Fires would have been built across the open ground around the enclosures, smoke rising in thin columns against the wide sky, visible for a considerable distance across the plain below, a signal, intentional or not, to anyone still travelling toward the hill that the gathering had already begun. Meat roasting over these fires, the smell of it carrying on whatever wind moved across the hilltop that particular season. Somewhere nearby, the fermented drink brewed in the large stone vessels recovered from the fill, poured out and shared among people who may have seen each other only once or twice a year, if that. And children, almost certainly, running between the fires and the standing stones, the way children do at any gathering in any era, drawn to open space and unfamiliar faces, and the general excitement of adults behaving differently than they do on an ordinary day. It's easy, in the careful academic language of an excavation report, to lose sight of the fact that a gathering this size, sustained across generations, would have included every kind of person a community includes. Elders, too frail perhaps to help with the heaviest labour of quarrying and raising stone, but present nonetheless, watching, remembering, perhaps directing the ceremony itself. Young adults, doing the hardest physical work, the pulling and lifting and carving. Children, underfoot everywhere, absorbing the way children always do. The sense that this place, this hill, this ring of great watching stone figures mattered more than almost anything else in their world. Consider, too, what such a gathering would have required in terms of practical support, beyond the labour of building itself. Feeding a crowd of even a few hundred people for the duration of a construction season that may have stretched across weeks required enormous quantities of hunted meat and gathered plant food, coordinated and distributed in ways that themselves imply a fairly sophisticated social structure, even without any of the formal hierarchy we usually associate with settled farming societies. Someone had to organise the hunting parties, someone had to manage the storage and distribution of food across the length of the gathering. Someone, in some fashion, had to keep the whole complicated temporary community functioning smoothly enough that the actual work of quarrying and raising and carving could continue, day after day, without collapsing into chaos or conflict. That level of coordination, sustained not by a formal government or a written set of laws, but by shared custom, shared belief, and whatever mix of respected elders, skilled organisers, and communal consensus these people relied on, is itself one of the more remarkable, if less visually dramatic, achievements represented by this hill. We tend to picture the impressiveness of Göbekli Tepe in terms of stone, weight, and carving, but the social technology required to gather, feed, organise, and coordinate hundreds of people, repeatedly, across more than a millennium, without any of the administrative tools later societies would consider essential, may be just as impressive, in its own quieter way, as anything carved into the pillars themselves. It's worth asking gently, what these gatherings meant to the people who travelled here, beyond whatever formal religious or ceremonial purpose drew them in the first place. Anthropologists studying gathering and feasting traditions among more recent hunter-gatherer and semi-settled societies around the world consistently find that these large seasonal meetings serve purposes far beyond their stated ceremonial function. They are where marriages are arranged, where disputes between distant families are settled, where news and stories and songs and technical knowledge, how to knap a particular kind of blade, how to track a particular kind of prey, are exchanged between groups who might otherwise rarely meet. They are, in a very real sense, the social glue that holds a widely dispersed population together as something larger than a scattering of isolated bands. If something similar was happening here, and there's no strong reason to think it wasn't, then this hill was never only a place of stone and carving and quiet reverence. It was also, at the very same time, a marketplace of relationships, a place where a young hunter from one distant camp might have first met the person who would eventually become his partner, a place where an old dispute over hunting territory, simmering for a season or more between two families who rarely crossed paths otherwise, might finally have been resolved, face to face, in the shadow of the great watching stones. A place, in short, where the practical business of being a community, scattered and mobile as these communities were, got done. That may be, in the end, the truest answer we can give to the question of who these people were. Not simply builders, not simply believers. People, in the fullest and most ordinary sense of the word, gathering at a shared, meaningful place, to eat, to trade, to marry, to mourn, to remember, and, when the labour called for it, to raise stone taller than themselves toward a sky they had spent their whole lives learning to read. Let's ask the question plainly now, the one that's been sitting quietly under everything we've covered so far. What need, what fear, what shared understanding of the world could possibly have driven people who had no permanent city, no writing, no domesticated grain, no metal to gather repeatedly across more than 1,000 years and raise stone taller than themselves toward the sky? It's tempting to reach for an easy answer here, and it's worth resisting that temptation for a while, the way the researchers who actually excavated this hill had to resist it for years before they allowed themselves any confident conclusions at all. The old model, the comfortable model most of us grew up with in some form, said that religion, ceremony, monumental building, all of it, came after farming. First you settle down. First you grow surplus grain, store it, free some portion of your people from the daily hunt for food. Only then, with that surplus, that stability, that specialization, do you get temples, priests, and monuments. This hill breaks that model cleanly in half. The people who built it were still hunting gazelle, still gathering wild grain by hand, still moving, at least in part, with the rhythm of the seasons rather than the rhythm of planted fields. And yet here they were, coordinating labour on a scale that would tax even a settled agricultural society, building not once but dozens of times, across a landscape now dotted with similar sites, all before a single field of domesticated wheat had been planted anywhere on earth. So what were they responding to? What need was strong enough to pull this kind of effort out of a way of life that, by every measure, should have left little spare time or energy for anything beyond survival? One answer, and it's the one that has gained the most traction among researchers who have spent real time with the site, points not outward, toward some external threat or danger, but inward, toward the demands of community itself. Consider what a hunter-gatherer band actually looks like, in the models built from decades of anthropological study of more recent mobile societies. Small, typically a few dozen people moving together across a home range, splitting into smaller units when resources are scarce, merging with other bands at certain times of the year when resources allow larger gatherings. For a band living this way, isolation carries real danger. Genetic isolation over generations weakens a population. Practical isolation, cut off from trade, from shared knowledge, from allies in times of hardship, weakens it further still. The solution, across countless documented hunter-gatherer societies around the world, both historical and still practiced today in some regions, is deliberate, sustained connection. Regular gatherings, regular exchange, regular reaffirmation of the ties that bind separate, scattered bands into something larger than any one of them could be alone. What if that is the need this hill answered? Not a fear of drought, or disaster, or invasion, though we'll examine each of those possibilities in turn. A fear, instead, of disconnection, of drifting apart, of losing, generation by generation, the shared language, the shared customs, the shared sense of belonging to something larger than a single small band wandering a single small stretch of territory. If that's the need, then the monument itself makes a different kind of sense. A shared ceremonial site, a place every scattered band across the region recognised as meaningful, as worth the effort of the journey, as worth the labour of building and rebuilding and burying and building again, would have served as exactly the kind of anchor a widely dispersed population needs to remain connected. Not a defensive fortress, not a warehouse of stored grain, a meeting place, a promise, renewed every time a new pillar was raised that these scattered people still belong to each other. There's a particular kind of comfort in that explanation, and it's worth letting it settle before we move to the more unsettling possibilities. It suggests that what drove this staggering effort was not primarily fear, but its opposite, a longing for connection, a recognition shared across generations that the work of staying bound together as a people was worth almost any cost. But it would be dishonest to stop there, because the evidence doesn't let us stop there entirely. There are threads in the story that point towards something more anxious, more uncertain, sitting alongside whatever comfort the gathering itself provided. Consider the animals chosen for the carvings again, the way we did earlier, but sit with them a little differently this time. Foxes, snakes, scorpions, vultures, creatures associated, across so many later human belief systems, with danger, with the unseen, with the boundary between the world of the living and whatever waits beyond it. If this hill were purely a celebration, a joyful gathering place with nothing darker woven into it, we might expect the carvings to lean toward abundance, fertility, the animals people depended on for food and survival. Instead, the carvings lean toward threat, toward the creatures a person might genuinely fear, encountering alone at night in the wild country surrounding this hill. That choice suggests these gatherings were not purely celebratory. They may have been, at least in part, about confronting fear directly, naming it, carving it into stone, gathering around it, and in some sense taking its measure together rather than facing it alone, scattered and isolated across the wider landscape. There's a pattern in human ceremony, repeated across cultures separated by vast distances and vast spans of time, in which the community gathers specifically to face together what would be unbearable to face alone. Funerary rites marking dangerous transitions, the coming of adulthood, the passage into a new season, the uncertain space between one identity and another. If this hill served a similar function, then the dread carved into its pillars was not incidental. It may have been the entire point. A place built specifically to hold what could not be safely held by a single person or a single small band alone. Now let's turn to the world these people actually lived in, because the physical circumstances of their existence may tell us as much as the carvings themselves about what they were facing. The centuries just before this hill was built were not calm ones, climatically speaking. We'll examine this in real depth in the next part of our story, but it's worth introducing here, gently, as part of the emotional context these people were living within. A sudden, sharp, cold snap, now known to researchers as the Younger Dryas, gripped much of the northern hemisphere for roughly 1200 years, beginning around 10,900 BCE, a climatic reversal so abrupt that ice core records show temperatures dropping by several degrees within a matter of decades, plunging a world that had been slowly warming out of the last ice age back into conditions closer to full glacial cold. For the people living across this region, that would have meant real, sustained hardship. Wild grain yields dropping, herds shifting their migration patterns in response to changing vegetation, water sources becoming less reliable. A world that had, for generations before, been slowly opening up, becoming more abundant, more forgiving, suddenly closing again, tightening, demanding more effort for less certain reward. And then, just as abruptly as it began, the Younger Dryas ended. Around 9,600 BCE, the same rough date carved, in a sense, into the oldest layers of this very hill, temperatures rose again, sharply, within the span of a single human lifetime, according to some of the finer-grained ice core records. A world that had spent 1,200 years locked in unexpected cold was suddenly, rapidly, warming again. Sit with that timing for a moment, because it may be one of the more quietly significant coincidences in this entire story. The oldest confirmed construction at this hill dates to almost exactly the same narrow window in which this dramatic climatic reversal came to its end, a world emerging after 1,200 years of hardship into a period of renewed abundance, renewed warmth, renewed possibility. What would that feel like if you were a person living through it, or the child or grandchild of people who had lived through the worst of the cold? A kind of survival, first, a memory passed down, of hardship endured, and then, as the world began to soften again, perhaps something closer to gratitude, perhaps a felt need to mark the change, to gather, to build, to give thanks, in whatever form thanks took for people who had no written language, but clearly, based on everything this hill tells us, had deeply held beliefs about the forces shaping their world. This is, admittedly, one interpretation among several, and it's worth holding it with appropriate lightness rather than certainty. But it offers one coherent answer to the question we started with. What were they facing? Perhaps, at least in part, they were facing the memory of a world that had nearly failed them, and the uncertain, still fragile hope that it was beginning, at last, to recover. There is another layer worth considering here too, one that speaks less to a single dramatic climate event, and more to the ordinary, ongoing uncertainty of life lived this close to the natural world, without the buffers that later, settled societies would eventually build for themselves. Every season carried real risk. A migration that failed to arrive on schedule could mean real hunger. A drought that lingered too long could scatter the wild grain a community depended on. A harsh winter could test even the most skilled and well-prepared band beyond its limits. Living with that kind of ongoing uncertainty, generation after generation, tends to produce exactly the kind of belief systems we see hints of in this hills, carvings and burials, a need to explain what cannot be controlled, a need to ritualize the boundary between safety and danger, between the known rhythms of the seasons and the ever-present possibility that those rhythms might, without warning, break. If the great rings on this hill were, in some sense, an answer to that uncertainty, a way of gathering the scattered, anxious knowledge of a whole region into one shared place, one shared set of carved warnings and carved comforts, one shared act of collective effort strong enough to feel, however briefly, like control over a world that offered none, then perhaps the central question of this whole hill has a quieter answer than we might have expected going in. Not war, not a single catastrophic event, though we'll examine that possibility carefully in the next part of this story. Simply the ordinary, enormous weight of living in an uncertain world and the very human instinct shared across every culture we have ever studied to gather together, build something lasting, and face that uncertainty as a people, rather than as scattered, isolated individuals each carrying the weight alone. That instinct, more than any specific fear we can name with confidence, may be the truest answer to what these people were facing, and it is, in its own way, a deeply familiar feeling, even now, even across 11,600 years of distance. The comfort of not being alone with what frightens you, the relief of turning, together, towards something larger than any one person's fear, and finding in the raising of a single great stone a way of saying without words that whatever comes next, we will face it together. Let's go back to that pillar we noticed earlier, the one archaeologist number 43 standing in Enclosure D, its surface more densely carved than almost any other stone on the hill. We looked at it briefly before, the vulture with its wings outstretched, the scorpion beneath it, the row of abstract shapes near the top some researchers read as handbags or baskets. It's time to sit with the theory that has grown up around this single pillar, because it may be the boldest, most debated explanation anyone has offered for what these people were responding to when they built this place. In 2017, a team of researchers proposed that the dense field of carved symbols on Pillar 43 was not decorative at all, in the way we might casually decorate an object today. They proposed it was a record, a memory deliberately preserved in stone of a specific catastrophic event that struck the Earth roughly at the same time this hill's oldest layers were being built, an event now known among climate scientists as the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis. Let's slow down and unpack what that hypothesis actually proposes, because it reaches back further than this hill into the story of the Ice Age itself. For roughly 2.5 million years, the Earth has cycled between long, cold glacial periods and shorter, warmer interglacial periods, driven by slow, predictable wobbles in the planet's orbit and tilt. Around 14,700 years ago, the most recent glacial period was drawing to its close. Ice sheets that had covered much of North America and northern Europe for millennia were beginning slowly to retreat. The world was warming. Forests were creeping back across land that had been locked under ice for thousands of years. And then, according to the ice core and sediment records recovered from sites around the northern hemisphere, something interrupted that warming abruptly and dramatically. Around 12,900 years before the present, roughly 10,900 BCE, temperatures across much of the northern hemisphere plunged back toward near-glacial conditions, in what appears, from the finest-grained records we have, to have happened within the span of only a few decades, faster than almost any other climate shift documented in the entire history of the planet. This sudden cold snap is named for a small Arctic wildflower, Dryas octopetaler, whose pollen appears suddenly and abundantly in European sediment layers from this period, a cold-loving plant reasserting itself across landscapes that had, only shortly before, been growing warmer and greener. For roughly 1,200 years the world remained locked in this unexpected cold, before warming again, just as abruptly, around 9,600 BCE. For decades, the leading explanation for this strange, sharp climate reversal involved freshwater. As the great ice sheets melted, enormous volumes of cold, fresh meltwater are believed to have poured into the North Atlantic, disrupting the ocean currents that normally carry warmth northward from the tropics. Current scientists today call the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. Shut that circulation down, even partially, and the climate of the entire northern hemisphere can shift dramatically within a human lifetime. That explanation remains the mainstream view among most climate scientists studying this period, and it doesn't require anything falling from the sky at all. But in 2007, a separate group of researchers proposed an additional, more dramatic possibility, one that has generated fierce debate ever since. They pointed to a thin layer, found at dozens of sites across North America, Europe, and parts of the Middle East, dated to almost exactly the same moment the Younger Dryas cooling began, containing unusually high concentrations of materials associated with cosmic impacts. Microscopic diamonds, spherules of melted, rapidly cooled rock consistent with intense, brief heat, elevated levels of a rare element called iridium, more commonly found in asteroids and comets than in the Earth's own crust. Their proposal, still contested, still actively debated in scientific journals today, is that a comet, or a swarm of comet fragments, struck or exploded above the Earth around 10,900 BCE, likely over or near the great ice sheets of North America, triggering the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas cooling through some combination of fires, dust, and the sudden release of enormous quantities of meltwater into the surrounding oceans. Some proponents of the hypothesis go further, suggesting the impact or airburst may have contributed to the extinction of a wide range of large Ice Age mammals, mammoths, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, and to significant disruption among the human populations living across the affected regions at the time. It is important to say clearly and gently that this hypothesis remains a minority position within the broader scientific community. Many researchers who study this period find the evidence for a genuine cosmic impact unconvincing, arguing that the markers cited, the microscopic diamonds, the spherules, the iridium, can often be explained by other, more mundane processes, and that the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas cooling is more parsimoniously explained by the freshwater disruption of ocean currents alone. This remains a live, unresolved scientific debate, argued in careful, technical papers back and forth, and it would be dishonest to present it here as settled fact in either direction. But whatever the final scientific verdict turns out to be, the timing itself is not in dispute. Something happened, or at least something changed abruptly and dramatically, right around 10,900 BCE, plunging the Northern Hemisphere into 1,200 years of unexpected cold. And it is against that backdrop that the researchers studying Pillar 43 have offered their interpretation. Let's return to the carving itself now, with this context in mind. The vulture, wings outstretched, carved near the top of the pillar. Beneath its wing, the small carved disc some researchers read as a sun, or possibly a specific celestial body. Scattered across the rest of the stone, additional animal figures that these researchers propose may represent constellations, specific patterns of stars recognized and named by the people who carved them, long before any written zodiac existed anywhere on Earth. Using software designed to reconstruct the position of stars at any given date in the past, accounting for the slow drift of the Earth's axis over long spans of time, a process called precession, the researchers behind this interpretation attempted to match the arrangement of animals carved on Pillar 43 to the actual positions of constellations in the sky above this exact hill at various points in the deep past. Their conclusion, controversial but carefully argued, was that the arrangement of animals corresponds most closely to the sky, as it would have appeared around 10,900 BCE, precisely the date associated with the Younger Dryas cooling event. If their interpretation is correct, and it remains again a minority position that many specialists dispute, Pillar 43 would represent something extraordinary. Not simply decoration, a dated record, a memory of a specific moment in the sky, carved by people who had no written calendar, no numerals, no formal astronomical notation of any kind we would recognize, and yet who found a way, through careful, patient observation and symbolic representation, to fix a single moment in time and preserve it in stone for over 11,000 years. It's worth sitting with the emotional weight of that possibility for a moment, independent of whether the specific astronomical dating holds up under further scrutiny. Imagine a community, or a whole scattered network of communities, living through a sudden unexplained catastrophe, the sky changing, the cold arriving out of season and refusing to leave, familiar animal migrations disrupted, wild grain failing where it had grown reliably for generations, and somewhere in the aftermath of that disruption someone or some group of someones deciding that this moment mattered enough, was frightening enough or significant enough to be remembered. Not in words, because words leave no lasting trace. In stone, carved into a pillar, raised inside a ring of watching figures, on a hilltop chosen, perhaps, specifically because from its height you could watch the whole sky turn, season after season, year after year. That interpretation, if true, would place this hill at the very beginning of a tradition that continues, in different forms, in nearly every human culture that followed. The tradition of marking catastrophe, of building monuments, or telling stories, or carving symbols specifically to preserve the memory of a moment when the world seemed to break, so that later generations, who had not lived through it themselves, would still understand, in some form, what their ancestors had survived. We'll spend real time, in the next part of this story, with the myths and stories that echo down through later cultures across this same region, stories of floods, of skies torn open, of a world remade after disaster, because some researchers believe those later stories may themselves be distant, transformed echoes of exactly this kind of ancient, catastrophic memory. For now, simply hold the two threads together gently, without needing to resolve them into certainty. A sudden, real climate catastrophe, whatever its ultimate cause, and rising directly out of the centuries following that catastrophe, the oldest monumental architecture we have ever found anywhere on Earth. Coincidence, correlation, or memory carved deliberately into stone, we may never know for certain which of these three this pillar truly represents. But it's worth noticing how naturally the mind reaches for meaning in that overlap of dates, how difficult it is, even now, even with all our careful scientific caution, to sit with a coincidence this precise and not feel, somewhere beneath the caution, the quiet pull of a story trying to complete itself. Let's widen the frame one more time before we move on, because there is a gentler version of this same theory worth considering, one that doesn't require us to settle the impact debate at all. Whether or not a comet struck the Earth in 10,900 BCE, the Younger Dryas cooling itself was real, well documented, and would have represented for the people living through it and their descendants a genuinely frightening, genuinely disruptive period in the collective memory of this region. 1,200 years is a long time by any human measure, long enough that oral memory of the world before the cooling, the warmer, gentler world their distant ancestors had known, may have taken on the shape of legend even before the cooling ended. And then, when the warming finally came, abruptly within a single lifetime according to the finer ice core records, the relief of it, the sheer wonder of watching a world that had been locked in unexpected cold for longer than anyone alive could remember, suddenly begin to soften again, may have been reason enough on its own, without any comet at all, to gather, to build, to mark this turning point in whatever way these people knew how to mark something that mattered. Either way, comet or no comet, catastrophe from the sky, or simply the long, slow return of warmth after an unusually hard age, the timing lines up. The world these people lived in had just come through something enormous, and what they built on this quiet hilltop in the centuries immediately following may be nothing less than their answer to it. A way of saying, in stone, in the only language available to them that could last, "We came through this. We are still here. Let this stand as proof." Let's leave the stone for a while and follow a different kind of trace, one that doesn't survive in rock or bone at all, but in something far more fragile and far stranger: story. Because long after this hill was buried and forgotten, long after the people who raised it had scattered into the wider human story that followed, echoes of something like it seem to persist, faintly, in the oldest written myths to come down to us from this same broad region of the world. It's important to be careful here, and to say plainly before we go any further that none of what follows is proof. We cannot draw a direct line from a carved pillar raised 11,600 years ago to a story written down in cuneiform 6,000 or 7,000 years later. Too much time separates them. Too many generations of retelling, forgetting, reshaping, and reinventing stand between the world of this hill and the first moment anyone thought to press a reed stylus into wet clay and record a story for the future to find. But the echoes are there, and they are worth sitting with gently, the way you might sit with a half-remembered dream, without insisting too hard on what it means. Consider, first, the idea of a garden. Somewhere in the earliest layers of nearly every mythology to emerge from the ancient Near East, we find the memory of a lush, abundant place, a garden or paradise, where humanity once lived close to the divine, before some rupture, some fall, some loss of innocence, sent people out into a harder, more uncertain world. The Hebrew Bible calls it Eden, a garden planted eastward, in a land the text associates, through its description of 4 rivers including the Tigris and Euphrates, with roughly this same region of the ancient Near East, the very landscape in which this hill still stands. It is worth noting carefully that the region surrounding this hill in the millennia before extensive farming and later overgrazing reshaped the landscape was almost certainly greener, richer in wild game, wild grain, wild fruit and nut trees than it appears today. Some researchers, drawn by this correspondence, have wondered aloud whether the folk memory of a lost, abundant garden, carried forward across countless generations of retelling, might reach back, however distantly and however transformed, toward a genuine memory of this landscape as it once was. A world of wild wheat growing thick on the hillsides, of gazelle herds moving across a plain not yet stripped by millennia of intensive farming, of a hilltop sanctuary where people gathered in something that felt, to them, like communion with forces larger than themselves. This remains speculation, and reasonable people disagree sharply about how much weight it deserves. But it's worth sitting with the shape of the story itself, independent of whether it reaches back this specific far. Nearly every culture that has left us a foundational myth includes some version of a lost golden age, a time of greater abundance, greater closeness to the sacred, before something changed and the harder present began. That is, in its broadest outline, almost exactly the emotional shape of what the archaeology of this hill suggests actually happened. A world of relative abundance, interrupted by the hardship of the younger Dryas cooling, followed by a slow, effortful return to something like plenty marked ceremonially by exactly the kind of gathering and building this hill represents. Whether or not any specific line connects that lived experience to the garden stories that would eventually be written down thousands of years later, the resonance is worth noticing. Humans have always told stories about a world that was once more whole, and this hill sits at almost exactly the geographic and chronological point where, if such a memory were ever going to be preserved and passed forward, it might have begun its long journey. Now consider a second thread, one that appears with even more striking consistency across cultures that otherwise share little else in common: the flood. Nearly every mythological tradition to emerge from the ancient Near East, and indeed from a startling number of cultures around the world entirely unconnected to this region, preserves some version of a catastrophic flood, a world nearly destroyed by rising waters, survived by a small remnant who preserve, in one form or another, the seed of what comes after. The Sumerian story of Ziusudra, one of the oldest flood narratives we have in written form, tells of a king warned by the gods to build a great boat and preserve life aboard it before the floodwaters rose. The later Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh preserves its own detailed version of the same story. A man named Utnapishtim building a vessel, loading it with his family and with animals, sealing the doors as the storm begins. The Hebrew Bible's account of Noah, likely drawing on these older Mesopotamian traditions in some form, tells a strikingly similar story once again. These are, of course, written texts, composed thousands of years after this hill was buried, and it would be a real overreach to claim they directly record any specific memory from this particular site. But the persistence of flood narratives across so many separate cultural traditions has long fascinated researchers studying the deep prehistory of human storytelling. And some have proposed that these stories, however, transformed and elaborated over millennia of retelling, may preserve genuine folk memory of real, catastrophic flooding events that affected human populations at various points during the end of the last ice age, when melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise dramatically, drowning coastlines and river valleys that had been inhabited for generations. It's worth returning briefly to the Younger Dryas here, and the possibility discussed by proponents of the impact hypothesis that a sudden release of glacial meltwater, whatever its ultimate trigger, may have caused rapid, locally catastrophic flooding in various parts of the Northern Hemisphere around the same period this hill's earliest layers were being built. If communities across this region experienced real, sudden, devastating floods during this era, memories of those floods passed down through countless generations of oral retelling long before any writing existed to fix them in a more stable form, could plausibly have contributed, however indirectly, to the flood narratives that eventually found their way into written myth thousands of years later. Again, this remains a matter of careful speculation rather than settled fact, and it would be a mistake to present it as proven, but the shape of the story, catastrophe, survival, a small remnant carrying forward what matters most into a changed world, maps with real precision onto what this hill's own archaeology suggests these people actually lived through. A world disrupted by unexpected cold and flooding, a long, hard period of survival, and then, on the far side of that hardship, a return to building, to gathering, to marking the world as meaningful again. Let's turn now to a third thread, quieter than the garden and the flood, but perhaps closer to the physical heart of what this hill actually represents. The idea of a world pillar, an axis mundi, a great vertical structure understood across an extraordinary range of separate human cultures to connect the world of ordinary human life to something above or beyond it. This idea appears again and again in forms too varied and too widely scattered to easily explain through simple contact or borrowing between cultures. The great tree Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, its roots and branches connecting 9 separate worlds. The cosmic mountain of Mesopotamian tradition, understood as the meeting place of heaven and earth, the Egyptian Djed pillar, raised ceremonially in rituals connected to Osiris and the renewal of the world. Totem poles among various indigenous cultures of the American Northwest coast, standing as markers connecting the community to its ancestors and to the wider cosmos. The maypole traditions that survive, in transformed and largely secularized form, in parts of Europe even today. Across all of these traditions, radically different in their specific details, a common structural idea occurs, a vertical axis raised deliberately by human hands, marking the point where the ordinary world touches something larger than itself. Sit with that idea now and look back one more time at the T-shaped pillars of this hill, standing tall and upright inside their rings, faceless, arm-folded, watching. Whether or not these pillars represent human ancestors, protective spirits, or something closer to deities, their basic form, a great vertical shape raised deliberately from the earth toward the sky, sits comfortably within this same ancient, widespread human pattern, a raised axis, a marked point of connection. It is entirely possible, and this is speculation offered gently rather than asserted as fact, that this hill represents one of the very earliest expressions, anywhere in the archaeological record, of an idea that would go on to echo through nearly every subsequent human culture in one form or another. The idea that certain places and certain deliberately raised structures mark a meaningful boundary between the world we walk through every day and something larger, older, and less easily named that surrounds and perhaps watches over it. There's a final thread worth pulling gently before we move on, and it concerns the animals themselves, the specific creatures carved so carefully into these standing pillars. Foxes, snakes, scorpions, vultures, birds of every kind, aurochs with their great curving horns. Look forward now, thousands of years, into the later mythology and religious art of this same broad region, and you find many of these same creatures recurring, again and again, as symbols carrying real, specific weight. The scorpion, associated in later Mesopotamian tradition with the scorpion men who guard the gates through which the sun passes each night into the underworld and each morning back into the sky. The vulture, associated across many later traditions with the boundary between life and death, feeding as it does on what has already died, carrying the body, in a sense, onward into whatever comes next. The serpent, coiled and watchful, appearing in creation stories and boundary myths across an extraordinary range of separate cultures, from the Garden of Eden to the great serpent that encircles the world in Norse mythology, to the feathered serpent traditions of Mesoamerica, entirely unconnected geographically to this hill, and yet reaching independently for a strikingly similar symbol. None of this proves a direct chain of transmission running from this hill's carved pillars all the way to the written myths and religious art of thousands of years later. The gap in time is simply too vast, and too much of human history, too many generations of forgetting and reinventing stand between them. But it is worth noticing, gently and without overreaching, how consistently the human imagination returns to the same handful of symbols, the same handful of stories, across separate cultures, separate centuries, and separate corners of the world. A lost garden, a great flood survived, a pillar connecting earth to sky. Watchful, dangerous animals standing guard at the boundary between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond it. Perhaps that consistency reflects nothing more than the shared structure of human experience itself, the fact that every culture, regardless of specific history, must eventually grapple with loss, with catastrophe, with mortality, and tends to reach for broadly similar symbols in doing so. Or perhaps, and this is the quieter, more haunting possibility some researchers have allowed themselves to consider, some thread of memory, transformed almost beyond recognition across hundreds of generations of retelling, really does reach back this far, back to a hilltop in what is now southeastern Turkey, where people gathered 11,600 years ago in the shadow of great faceless stone figures carved with foxes and vultures and coiled snakes, and tried, in the only language available to them, the language of stone and symbol and shared ceremony, to make sense of a world that had recently and unexpectedly nearly broken. We will likely never know for certain how far back these mythological echoes truly reach, but it is a gentle, wondering thought to carry with you as this story continues. That somewhere in the oldest stories we still tell each other, in the shape of a garden lost, a flood survived, a pillar connecting earth to sky, there may be a faint transformed memory of exactly this hill and exactly the people who once stood here, faces tilted upward, working together to build something that would, against every reasonable expectation, still be standing, still be found, still be wandered over, 11,600 years later. There is one more mythic thread worth mentioning gently before we move on, because it comes from far closer to this exact landscape than Eden or the flood of Mesopotamia. In later Hittite and Hurrian traditions, recorded in cuneiform tablets found across this same broad region of Anatolia many thousands of years after this hill was closed, we find stories of a stone giant named Ulukumi, grown deliberately from rock, raised up specifically to challenge the order of the sky itself, and stories of ancient stone monuments understood as points where the world of the gods and the world of ordinary people met and occasionally struggled against one another. It is impossible to draw a direct, provable line connecting these later Anatolian myths to the builders of this specific hill, separated as they are by an enormous stretch of time and by the total absence of any written record bridging the gap between them. But the persistence of stone, specifically, as a marker of divine or cosmic significance, recurring across this same broad landscape in tradition after tradition, long after this hill itself had vanished beneath its own covering of earth, is worth noting gently, one more small resonant echo among the many this old ground seems to have quietly kept. There is a third kind of explanation worth sitting with now, quieter than comets falling from the sky, less poetic than half-remembered myths of gardens and floods, but perhaps closer to the ordinary tangled truth of how large human projects actually come into being, not nature, not the divine, simply people, doing what people have always done with each other, for better and for worse, when enough of them gather in one place. Anthropologists who study feasting and monument building among more recent societies, including many that never adopted farming at all, have documented a pattern worth holding up gently against everything we've learned about this hill. Large ceremonial gatherings, especially those built around feasting, often serve a purpose that has less to do with shared belief in the abstract, and more to do with status, competition, and the complicated, very human business of establishing who matters and how much within a wider community. Consider what a successful gathering actually requires, in practical terms. Enough food to feed everyone who attends, and ideally enough surplus that the host can be seen giving generously, rather than merely adequately. Enough organisation to coordinate hunting parties, food storage and distribution across the length of the gathering. And in many documented cases across cultures separated by vast distances and vast spans of time, from the elaborate potlatch traditions of the Pacific Northwest to competitive feasting practices recorded among various Melanesian societies, a clear understanding that hosting a gathering successfully, generously and memorably confers real social status on whoever organises it. If something similar was happening here, and researchers studying the feasting evidence recovered from this hill's fill layers have seriously entertained the possibility, then the enclosures themselves may represent something closer to monuments of accomplishment than monuments of pure worship, though the two categories likely overlapped considerably in the minds of the people who built them. A ring raised perhaps by a particular extended family, or a particular alliance of bands specifically to demonstrate what they were capable of organising. How many people they could gather, how much food they could provide, how large a stone they could move, and how skillfully they could carve it. That reading of the site doesn't erase the reverence, the belief, the clear symbolic weight carried by the carved animals and the faceless watching figures, but it adds a layer of very ordinary human motivation underneath the sacred one, and it's worth sitting with that layer honestly because it may explain something the purely religious interpretation struggles with on its own. Why does the scale of these monuments seem to grow, then shrink, then grow again? Across the centuries this hill remained in use. Why do some enclosures show evidence of multiple rebuilding phases, older, smaller pillars incorporated into newer, larger rings? Why, in short, does this hill show the kind of escalating, competitive ambition we more commonly associate with rival groups each trying to outdo what came before? Picture for a moment what that kind of quiet rivalry might have looked like on the ground. Across the centuries this hill remained active. One extended family, or one alliance of bands gathers enough people and enough food to raise a ring of modest, respectable pillars and holds a successful, well-attended feast to mark its completion. Word spreads, carried along the same paths that carried people to the gathering in the first place, to bands and families who did not attend, or who attended but were not among the hosts. A different family in a later season, or a later generation, gathers even more people, provides an even more generous feast, and raises a ring with taller pillars, more elaborate carving, a more impressive central pair facing each other across the floor. This is, of course, speculative reconstruction, offered as one plausible thread among several rather than a settled conclusion, but it maps comfortably onto patterns anthropologists have documented again and again in more recent societies, patterns where monumental building and competitive status seeking become almost inseparable from religious observance, each reinforcing the other, each borrowing the other's language and symbolism until it becomes difficult, even for the people living through it, to say where devotion ends and rivalry begins. There's a version of this same idea that leans a little further toward tension, even conflict, between separate groups sharing the same landscape, and it's worth examining honestly rather than avoiding simply because it's less comfortable than the alternatives. The skull fragments we discussed earlier, carefully marked, carefully drilled, could as easily represent the treatment of a respected outsider, taken in conflict and displayed as evidence of a group's strength and capability, as they could represent the honoured treatment of one's own ancestors. The two interpretations are not mutually exclusive across the whole span of this hill's long use. Different enclosures, built by different groups across different generations, may have practiced different versions of what was, broadly, a shared regional tradition, some leaning toward reverent ancestor veneration, others leaning toward something closer to the marking of rivalry or victory, or the uneasy negotiation of shared territory between groups who did not always see eye to eye. It's worth remembering, too, that competition and cooperation are rarely opposites in real human communities. They are usually two threads of the same rope, pulling in different directions but bound together all the same. The very act of gathering large numbers of people from scattered bands, to feast, to build, to negotiate marriages and settle disputes, as we discussed earlier, necessarily brought together people who did not always agree, who carried old grievances, who may have eyed each other's resources and reputations with real wariness, even as they shared food and labour side by side. A monument raised under those conditions would naturally carry both threads within it: the genuine desire to connect, to belong to something larger than a single small band, and the equally genuine, equally human desire to be seen, to be respected, to demonstrate in stone that would outlast any single lifetime exactly what your family, your alliance, your particular corner of this widely scattered community was capable of achieving. If you're using this to fall asleep, let all of this settle gently rather than sharpen into worry. None of what we're discussing here needs to resolve into a single clear answer tonight. These theories can sit together, unfinished, the way most real history sits together, layered and a little contradictory, long after the people who lived it have gone quiet. Let's turn now, gently, toward the last part of this story, the question that outlasts every specific theory we've examined so far. Not what these people were responding to, not exactly how they built, not precisely what they believed, but simply this. What does this hill mean to us now, 11,600 years later, sitting here in the dark, turning all of this over in your mind as you drift towards sleep? There is something quietly steadying in a discovery like this one, and it's worth naming directly before we let the story close. For most of the 20th century, the accepted story of human progress moved in a single, tidy direction. First scattered, simple hunter-gatherers, living hand-to-mouth, incapable of much beyond bare survival. Then, with the invention of farming, surplus, settlement, and only then, gradually, the luxury of religion, of art, of monumental building, of everything we consider civilization. This hill breaks that tidy story, gently but completely, and in doing so it offers something valuable that has nothing to do with stone or carving at all. It suggests that meaning, connection, and the desire to build something larger than any single life did not wait for comfort and abundance to arrive first. They came first. They may in fact be part of what made abundance possible at all, if the connection between this hill and the nearby wild ancestor of domesticated wheat is more than simple coincidence. People who are still hunting gazelle by hand, still gathering wild grain with flint sickles, still living without permanent walls around them, found a way, through sheer coordinated effort and shared belief, to raise stone taller than themselves and carve it with a confidence and skill that still surprises us today. That's worth carrying with you, gently, as this story winds down. Whatever specific combination of fear and hope, catastrophe and renewal, reverence and rivalry actually drove the people who built this hill, they were not simply surviving. They were reaching for something more than survival, long before the tools of comfortable, settled life had arrived to make that reaching easier. And in reaching, in raising stone after stone, generation after generation, on this quiet hilltop above a wide, dry plain, they left behind something that has outlasted almost everything else from their world. Not their names, not their language, not even, in most cases, their faces, since the great watching figures they raised were carved deliberately, carefully, without eyes or mouths of their own. What they left behind, instead, was the plain, undeniable fact of the effort itself, proof, carved in stone and buried in earth, that they were here, that they gathered, that they built, and that whatever drove them to do it mattered enough to be worth the weight of every single stone. It's worth adding one more gentle thought here before we move fully into the closing of this story. The competitive threads we've traced in this part of the telling, the rivalry, the status, the quiet escalation of effort from one generation's ring to the next, are not, in the end, a less noble explanation than the purely spiritual ones we explored earlier. They are simply a more familiar one. Every community that has ever raised a monument, in any era, on any continent, has almost certainly done so carrying some blend of these same tangled motives: reverence and rivalry, belief and belonging, genuine devotion, and the very human wish to be seen, remembered, and respected by the people around you. This hill does not need to have been built from pure, uncomplicated faith alone to be worth wondering at. It is, if anything, more remarkable for having likely been built the way most extraordinary human things are built, out of a tangled, imperfect, entirely recognizable mixture of hope and pride and love and the simple, stubborn will to matter to the people around you, for as long as the stone itself can manage to stand. Let's slow all the way down now and let the whole shape of this story settle, the way sediment settles at the bottom of still water, layer by patient layer, until everything that was stirred up finally comes to rest. Think back to where we began, a farmer's plough catching on something in a field, a curve of limestone where there should have been only rough ordinary rock, a scholar walking a hillside that had already been dismissed once, choosing to look a little closer instead of walking on. From that one small quiet decision, an entire hidden world slowly came into view, 20 enclosures, and likely more still buried, pillars taller than houses, carved with foxes and vultures and coiled snakes, faceless figures with careful folded hands, a whole landscape of sister sites scattered across the surrounding hills, each one adding weight to the same quiet, persistent question. What made people, living without cities, without writing, without metal or the wheel or a single planted field of grain, choose to build like this, together, again and again, across more than 1,000 years? We've turned that question over from every angle this story allows. The pure scale of the labour, staggering enough on its own to rewrite what an entire field of study assumed was possible for people living this way. The physical impossibility of the making, and the patient, ordinary human methods, rope and stone and coordinated effort that turned that impossibility into something achievable after all. The strange, watchful presence of the pillars themselves, faceless and folded-handed, standing witness over floors worn smooth by feet that walked here 11,000 years before any of us were born. The unsettling, tender mystery of the burial, feasting debris and marked human skulls packed together into the same closing fill, an ending honoured with nearly as much effort as the beginning had required. The wider human lives lived around all of it, hunters and gatherers and organisers and children running between the fires, drawn together by ties of kinship and need, and perhaps the simple relief of not facing an uncertain world alone. And finally, the three great threads of explanation we've followed as far as the evidence allows: a catastrophe from the sky, or at least a catastrophe remembered, old stories, echoing forward across thousands of years, of gardens lost and floods survived and pillars connecting earth to heaven, and the plainer, more human thread of status and rivalry, and the endless complicated work of belonging to a community larger than any single family. None of these threads cancel each other out. That's worth saying plainly one more time before we let the story close. This hill does not require you to choose a single answer and discard the rest. It seems, the longer researchers spend with it, to have held multiple truths at once, the way most real human undertakings do. Fear and hope, tangled together. Reverence and rivalry, tangled together. Memory of disaster and gratitude for survival, tangled together, in the same buried fill, the same carved stone, the same worn clay floor. There is something worth sitting with in that refusal to resolve cleanly, something almost restful if you let yourself lean into it rather than straining against it. We live, most of us, with a quiet expectation that every mystery deserves a single tidy answer, that if we just gather enough evidence, run enough analysis, we will eventually arrive at the one true explanation and set the question to rest for good. This hill resists that expectation gently but firmly, even after 3 decades of careful excavation, even after the reshaping of an entire academic field, even after this place changed forever what we thought we knew about the earliest chapters of the human story. The central question, why, still sits at the heart of it all, open, unresolved, and, in its own quiet way, more honest for staying that way. Maybe that's the real gift this hill has to offer, beyond the archaeology, beyond the astonishing dates and the careful stone and the patient decades of excavation. It offers permission to sit with a mystery without needing to solve it before you can rest, to let a question stay open, turning gently in your mind without that openness becoming a source of tension. The people who built this place lived with far larger uncertainties than most of us will ever have to face. A world that had recently, within living memory or the memory of their grandparents, nearly broken beneath them. A sky whose behaviour they could observe but not fully explain. Animals that moved by rules, only partly understood. Seasons that sometimes kept their promises and sometimes did not. And in the face of all of that uncertainty, they did not simply endure. They built, they gathered. They carved careful hands into towering stone and arranged them in circles and returned to those circles again and again, for longer than most human civilizations that came after them would manage to survive it all. There's a particular kind of comfort available in that fact, if you let it settle over you now, here in the quiet. Whatever uncertainty sits with you tonight, whatever question turns over in your own mind as you drift towards sleep, you are not the first to carry uncertainty into the dark and hope, quietly, for morning. 11,600 years before you were born, on a hilltop above a wide, dry plain, other people lay down at the end of long days of labour, uncertain of many things, and found, somehow, the strength to rise again the next morning and keep building towards something they believed, deeply enough to spend their whole lives proving it, was worth the effort. Let's think for a moment about what became of them, because that too is part of this story, and it deserves its own gentle unfolding before we let the hill rest for the night. Sometime around 8000 BCE, roughly 1600 years after the oldest enclosures were first raised, the pattern of construction at this hill began to change. The great rings, with their soaring central pillars and elaborate carving, gave way to smaller, more modest rectangular structures, their pillars shrinking in scale, their carving growing simpler and less frequent with each passing generation. It's tempting to read this as decline, as a slow fading of whatever belief or urgency had driven the earlier grander building, and perhaps in part that reading is correct. But it's worth holding a gentler possibility alongside it. This was, after all, roughly the same period in which farming, drawing perhaps on the same wild wheat growing in the nearby Karahan hills, was beginning, slowly and unevenly, to take root across this same broad region. Communities that had once gathered seasonally, travelling in from scattered hunting and gathering territories, were beginning, generation by generation, to settle, to plant, to stay closer to their fields through more of the year, rather than moving with the rhythm of the wild herds and the wild grain. If that shift was underway, it may help explain why this hill's great communal gatherings gradually gave way to smaller, more localized structures, not because belief faded, but because the whole shape of daily life was changing beneath it. People who now had their own fields to tend, their own more permanent homes to maintain, may simply have needed the great seasonal pilgrimage to this hill a little less than their ancestors had. The urgent binding need for a shared meeting place, strong enough to justify moving stones weighing as much as elephants across open ground by hand, may have loosened slowly as farming gave scattered communities a new kind of anchor, one built from planted fields and stored grain rather than carved limestone and gathered crowds. There's something almost tender in that possibility, if you let yourself sit with it. Not a story of decline and loss, but a story of a purpose fulfilled and quietly set down, the way a tool is set aside once the job it was built for is finally, truly finished. Perhaps this hill did exactly what it was built to do. Perhaps it held a scattered, uncertain population together through a hard, cold age and the anxious years of recovery that followed, right up until the moment that population no longer needed holding together in quite the same way, having found at last a new kind of stability rooted in the very ground its ancestors had once travelled so far to gather upon. And then, sometime in the centuries that followed, this last smaller phase of building came to its own end, and the hill was closed for the final time. Not violently, as far as any evidence yet found can tell us. No signs of destruction, of fire, of conflict marking the final abandonment. Simply, it seems, a quiet, gradual withdrawal, The same deliberate burial practiced across the earlier great enclosures extended this time to the whole hill at once, until the entire site, every pillar, every carved animal, every faceless watching figure disappeared beneath the accumulated soil of centuries, and the surface above settled back into what it would remain for the next 10,000 years. An ordinary hill, grass and wind and scattered stone and eventually a farmer's field, worked season after season by people who had no idea what slept beneath their feet. There's a kind of grace in that ending, if you let yourself feel it rather than simply understand it. A monument raised with staggering effort, tended and returned to for well over 1,000 years, closed gently rather than destroyed, and then, at last, allowed to rest, undisturbed, wrapped in the quiet protection of its own hillside, for longer than the entire span of every human civilization we usually think of as ancient. Sumer would not rise for another 4,000 years. The pyramids would not be built for another 7,000. And through all of it, through the whole long unfolding of everything we usually call ancient history, this hill simply slept, safe beneath the ground, waiting. It is worth asking, gently, what it might mean that this place was found again at all. Of all the places on Earth where human effort and human belief once gathered and then faded, only a small fraction are ever rediscovered. Most simply stay lost, their stories folded permanently into the ground, never read again by anyone. This hill was found. A farmer's plough caught on stone that should not have been there. A scholar reading old survey notes felt something not quite sit right, and chose to climb the hill and look for himself. A whole buried world, held safe for 11,500 years, was given back, carefully, patiently, one excavation season at a time to the light. There's no need to reach for a grand meaning in that sequence of small, ordinary choices. A farmer clearing his field, a scholar trusting a quiet instinct. But it's hard not to feel, sitting with the story now, something like gratitude toward that long chain of small decisions, stretching back and back, that allowed this place to be found at all, rather than remaining, forever, one more hill among countless hills, its secret held closed beneath the soil for good. Let's turn finally toward what all of this might mean for you, here, now, drifting towards sleep with this whole strange, patient story settled somewhere in your mind. Because in the end, the deepest value of a mystery like this one may not be the specific answer it eventually yields, if it ever fully yields one at all. It may simply be the practice of sitting with something larger than yourself, something that stretches your sense of time, your sense of what people are capable of, your sense of how much of the past remains quietly unresolved, waiting, patient as stone for whoever comes looking with enough care to notice it. Think of the scale of time this story asks you to hold gently, without needing to fully grasp it all at once. 11,600 years. Long enough that every civilization you learned about in school, every pyramid, every empire, every war and invention and collapse that fills the history books, fits comfortably inside the span of time that separates us from the people who raised these stones. And within that vast stretch of time, this one hill, quiet, patient, waiting under the soil through all of it, holding its secret until we were finally ready, or perhaps simply lucky enough to find it. There is a way of carrying that scale of time that feels heavy, overwhelming, the kind of thought that keeps a person staring at the ceiling long after they meant to be asleep. But there is another way of carrying it, gentler, and it's the one worth choosing as you let this story close around you tonight. The vastness of that time does not diminish the people who lived within it. If anything, it magnifies the quiet miracle of what they managed to leave behind. Against the whole indifferent weight of deep time, against erosion and earthquake and the slow, patient work of 10,000 years of wind, they built something that lasted, something we are still, all these thousands of years later, standing before with genuine wonder. That is not nothing. That is in fact about as much as any of us in the end can really hope to leave behind. Not permanence, because nothing, not even carved limestone, not even a monument buried carefully and protected by its own weight of earth, is truly permanent, but endurance long enough, meaning deep enough, effort sincere enough, that someone, somewhere, sometime, however far removed, might still find it and stand before it and feel, even faintly, even imperfectly, something of what it once meant to the people who made it. Let that thought rest with you now, soft and unhurried, the way the hill itself has rested, patient beneath its covering of earth, for longer than any of us can properly imagine. Whatever you carry into tonight, whatever question or worry or ordinary tiredness has followed you into this quiet hour, you are held in this moment by the same slow, forgiving patience that let this hill wait 11,600 years to be found. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Nothing needs to be finished. The mystery can stay open, gentle and unresolved, and you can simply let yourself rest inside it, the way the stones themselves have rested, facing each other quietly across an empty floor, waiting without urgency for whatever comes next. Consider, too, how strange and quietly wonderful it is that this particular hill, of all the hills scattered across that ancient landscape, happened to be the one a farmer's plough caught against, the one a scholar happened to climb, the one whose secret finally found its way back into the light after 10,000 years of patient waiting. Somewhere nearby, other hills almost certainly hold their own version of this same story, still sealed, still silent, still waiting for their own farmer, their own scholar, their own quiet chain of small, ordinary decisions to finally bring them back into view. That thought can sit with you gently now too, a reminder that the world still holds more waiting wonder than any single lifetime could ever fully uncover, and that this somehow, rather than feeling like a loss, can feel instead like a kind of quiet, ongoing promise. There will always be more to find. There will always be more patient buried stories left for someone someday to notice and kneel beside and slowly, carefully bring home. Let's travel now, gently, away from this one hill, out across the wider landscape it belongs to, because the story does not end where the excavation fences currently stand. It widens the further you look into something even larger and even stranger than a single remarkable temple on a single remarkable hilltop. About 40 kilometres to the southeast, across country that looks, at first glance, much like the land surrounding Göbekli Tepe itself, pale limestone hills rolling away under a wide dry sky, lies another rise in the land called Karahan Tepe. For years, it was known to researchers only as one of many minor sites scattered across this region, noted, surveyed lightly, and set aside for later attention, while the excavation of Göbekli Tepe itself absorbed most of the available resources and expertise. That changed dramatically once serious excavation began there in earnest, and what emerged from beneath that second hill has done nothing to make this mystery smaller. If anything, it has made it larger, stranger, and considerably more difficult to explain away as one isolated community's unusual project. At Karahan Tepe, excavators uncovered their own forest of T-shaped pillars, carved with the same confident, practiced hand as those found at Göbekli Tepe, some bearing their own carved animal reliefs, snakes, and other creatures rendered with the same careful attention to anatomical detail. But one particular structure at this second hill has drawn special attention, and it's worth sitting with it closely because it offers a different kind of experience than anything found in the great open rings of its sister site. Researchers have named it, informally, the Cave of the Skull, though that name undersells what is actually a strikingly deliberate architectural space. Carved directly into the bedrock, rather than built up from separately quarried and raised stone, this chamber holds a row of pillars still partially attached to the living rock beneath them, rising from a floor also cut from solid bedrock, so that the entire space reads less as an assembled structure, and more as a space carved outward from the hill itself, hollowed patiently from stone that had never been separate blocks at all. At the centre of this carved chamber stands a large pillar bearing a human face, rendered with far more individual specificity than anything found among the deliberately faceless great figures of Göbekli Tepe. Eyes, a nose, a mouth, set into a broad, otherwise abstract T-shaped form, and near its base, other researchers have documented smaller figures carved in a style that some have described as unsettling, phallic imagery, combined with what may represent predatory animals, a combination of themes that has led some interpreters to propose this. Space may have been connected to rites concerning fertility, danger, and perhaps the passage between life and death. Though, as with so much of what these hills have offered us, firm consensus remains elusive. What matters most for our purposes tonight is simply this. Karahan Tepe is not a copy of Göbekli Tepe, built by people simply imitating a nearby, more famous neighbour. It is its own distinct site, with its own architectural choices, its own particular emphases carved by people who clearly shared a broad cultural and symbolic vocabulary with the builders of Göbekli Tepe, T-shaped pillars, carved animal reliefs, a taste for monumental effort applied to hilltop sanctuaries, but who expressed that shared vocabulary in their own distinct way, on their own hill, with their own particular concerns carved carefully into the living rock. That distinction matters enormously to how we understand the whole phenomenon. If Göbekli Tepe stood entirely alone, it would remain an astonishing anomaly, a single extraordinary achievement by a single extraordinary community, difficult to generalize into any wider pattern of human behavior during this period. But it does not stand alone. Surveys across the wider region, an area researchers have taken to calling the Tepeler, the Stone Hills, in recognition of just how many similar sites are now known to exist there, have identified a growing list of related locations. Nevalachori, partially excavated decades ago before the rising waters of a new dam submerged much of the original site, its most significant finds preserved and relocated before the flooding claimed the rest. Sefer Tepe, Tashla Tepe, Harbetsovan Tepesi. Each with its own version of the same basic architectural grammar, standing T-pillars, carved animal reliefs, monumental effort invested by populations still living, as far as the evidence suggests, a largely mobile hunting and gathering existence. Sit with the shape of that regional pattern for a moment, because it changes the emotional register of this whole story in a subtle but important way. This was never one hill, one unusually ambitious community, reaching for something extraordinary in isolation. It was a whole shared world of belief and practice, stretching across a real span of territory, expressed independently but recognizably at site after site, hill after hill, by communities who may never have met each other directly, or who may have been bound together through exactly the kind of seasonal gathering and exchange we discussed earlier, into something closer to a single extended cultural network, spread thin across a landscape wide enough that no single community could have maintained it alone. That widens the mystery, but it also, in its own way, deepens the comfort available inside it. This was not one strange, isolated outburst of effort and belief, easily dismissed as an aberration. It was a whole shared world, reaching, again and again, hill after hill, toward the same basic answer to whatever question these people were carrying. Gather, build, carve careful watching figures from stone, feast together, and eventually, gently, close what you have built and let it rest. Researchers continue to debate how these separate hilltop sites related to one another in practice. Were they in active, ongoing contact, people travelling regularly between them, carrying news, techniques, perhaps even specific carvers and their particular styles from one hill to another? Or did they develop more independently, each community arriving at broadly similar solutions to broadly similar needs, the shared vocabulary emerging less from direct contact and more from a shared set of underlying pressures, the same Younger Dryas hardship, the same wild grain ripening in the same regional hills, the same basic human instinct to gather and mark meaning in stone, pressing on separate but neighbouring communities in broadly similar ways? The honest answer, at this stage of ongoing research, is probably some combination of both. Enough shared vocabulary, the T-shaped pillar form especially, appearing so consistently across every one of these sites, to suggest real contact and shared tradition between at least some of these communities, and enough local variation, the carved face at Karahan Tepe, the specific arrangement of animals at Gobekli Tepe's Pillar 43, the particular architectural choices at each individual site to suggest that each community was also working out its own particular relationship to this shared tradition, adapting it, personalizing it, making it their own even as they drew on a common, recognizable well of symbol and form. It's worth pausing here to consider how recently all of this has come into view. Karahan Tepe's most significant recent discoveries, including the carved chamber we just described, were made only in the past several years, well after Göbekli Tepe itself had already become one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world. Which means the picture we're holding right now, tonight, of a whole regional network of hilltop sanctuaries is itself still actively being drawn, one careful excavation season at a time, and is likely to keep changing, keep deepening, keep surprising the researchers dedicating their careers to it for many years still to come. There is something worth sitting with in that ongoing unfolding, something that connects back to the whole feeling this story has tried to hold since its opening moments. We're not looking, tonight, at a solved mystery, tidied up and filed away. We are looking at a mystery still actively growing, still actively revealing new rooms, new hills, new carved faces staring up out of bedrock that had held them silent and hidden for 11,500 years. The story is not finished. It may never be finished, not completely, not in a way that resolves every open question into a single settled answer. And there is a kind of rest available in that ongoing incompleteness, if you let yourself feel it. A permission to sit with wonder rather than demanding resolution. A reminder that some of the largest, oldest, most significant mysteries in the human story are still, even now, in the process of being gently, patiently uncovered. Let's turn for a while to the researchers themselves, the people who have spent decades of their own lives kneeling in the dust of these hills, brushing soil away one careful layer at a time, because their story too is part of what this whole discovery means. Klaus Schmidt, who first recognized what lay beneath Göbekli Tepe's unassuming surface, returned to the site every excavation season for nearly 2 decades, gradually revealing enclosure after enclosure, defending, often against real skepticism from colleagues who found the dates simply too early to be believable, the growing case that this hill truly did predate agriculture, truly did represent something the field had not previously imagined possible. He died in 2014, before the wider Tepeler network had come fully into view, before Karahan Tepe's carved chamber had been uncovered, before the site he had spent so much of his life patiently revealing had been formally recognized by UNESCO. It is a particular kind of quiet sadness, worth acknowledging gently rather than rushing past, that he did not live to see how much further this discovery would eventually reach. But it is also worth noticing how directly his patient, careful decades of work made all of that later discovery possible in the first place. Every researcher now working at Karahan Tepe, every survey team mapping new sites across the wider Stonehills region, is walking, in a real sense, a path he was the first to clear. There's something fitting, if you sit with it gently, in the way this mirrors the story of the hill itself. Builders who worked for decades, sometimes for a lifetime, on a project they knew, on some level, they would not live to see completed. Generations passing the work forward, each adding what they could, each trusting that the effort mattered even without the certainty of seeing its final form. The archaeologists who have spent their careers patiently uncovering this same hill, generation of researchers succeeding generation of researchers, seem, in their own quieter way, to be continuing exactly that same pattern. Effort given freely, generously, towards something larger than any single working lifetime could complete alone. Let's rest here for a moment, with that image held gently in mind before we let this part of the story close. A hill and its sister hills scattered across a wide ancient landscape, built slowly across more than 1,000 years by people who trusted that the effort mattered, even without knowing exactly how it would all eventually add up. And then, 10,000 years of quiet, patient waiting beneath the soil. And then, in our own time, a new kind of slow, patient generational effort. Archaeologists and researchers working season after season, year after year, decade after decade, uncovering, cataloguing, and carefully protecting what those first builders left behind, trusting, in their own way, that the work matters, even without knowing exactly how much more there still is to find. 2 long, patient generational efforts separated by 11,600 years, reaching quietly toward each other across all that distance. One built the hill, the other is slowly, carefully, giving it back to the light. And somewhere in between, tonight, here, now, you're holding a small piece of that whole long story in your own mind, turning it over gently as you drift towards sleep, becoming, in your own quiet way, one more link in a chain of attention and wonder that stretches back further than almost anything else human beings have ever built or believed. Local involvement has shaped this ongoing work in its own quiet way too, worth mentioning gently before we move on. Much of the labour of excavation, season after season, has been carried out with the direct participation of workers from the nearby villages, people whose own families have lived on this same stretch of land for generations, long before anyone knew what slept beneath the neighbouring hillside. There is something fitting in that continuity, a landscape still being worked by the hands of people rooted in it, even now, even as the specific nature of that work has shifted from farming to careful, patient excavation. The hill, in a sense, has never stopped being tended by the people who live closest to it. Only the manner of that tending has changed, from the planting of crops to the brushing away of dust from stone that has waited patiently for exactly this kind of care. There's one more thread worth following before we let this whole story rest, and it concerns not what this hill actually is, but what people have sometimes wanted it to be. Because a discovery this strange, this old, this difficult to fit into the tidy story of human progress most of us grew up learning, was always going to attract more than careful, patient archaeology. It was always going to attract wilder guesses too, and it's worth walking through the most common of them gently, honestly, the way you might walk through a familiar room turning on each light in turn, not to dismiss the wonder of the place, but to see it clearly. The most persistent claim, repeated across countless documentaries, books and late-night corners of the internet in the years since this hill became widely known, is that it could not possibly have been built by ordinary hunter-gatherers at all. That the precision of the carving, the scale of the stones, the sophistication of the layout, all point towards some other explanation. A lost, more advanced civilization, perhaps, whose knowledge was passed down or rediscovered by the people who eventually built what we now call Göbekli Tepe. Or, in the boldest versions of this claim, something further still. Visitors from beyond this world entirely, sharing knowledge these ordinary Stone Age communities could never have developed on their own. It's worth taking this claim seriously enough to examine it honestly, rather than dismissing it out of hand, because the impulse behind it is understandable. Standing before pillars this large, carved this carefully, dated this early, it is genuinely difficult at first to square what you're seeing with the mental picture most of us carry of Stone Age life. Small bands of people in animal skins, huddled around fires, focused entirely on the next meal, the next migration, the next long winter to survive. That picture, though, has always been something of a caricature, simplified for classroom use, and this hill is one of the clearest pieces of evidence we have that the caricature was badly incomplete long before this excavation ever began. Consider, first, what the tool marks across every pillar at this site actually show. Under close examination, using techniques capable of distinguishing between different kinds of cutting and pounding tools, researchers have found nothing here inconsistent with the stone, antler, and bone technology already well documented among hunter-gatherer communities of this exact period across this exact region. No marks suggesting metal tools, no evidence of any cutting technology beyond what flint blades and stone hammerstones could produce, given enough time, enough patience, and enough coordinated hands. Consider too the unfinished pillar still lying in the quarry, the largest known stone at the entire site, abandoned mid-carving, its outline already roughed out using exactly the pounding technique visible on every other pillar across the hill. If some external, more advanced source of knowledge or technology had been involved in this site's construction, we would expect to see some trace of it here too, in this half-finished, most revealing of all the stones at the site. Instead, we see exactly the same patient, incremental, entirely explicable stone-on-stone technique used everywhere else. A technique that stopped, mid-project, for reasons we can only guess at, leaving behind not a mystery about method, but simply an unfinished piece of ordinary if extraordinary human labour. Consider as well what the surrounding evidence tells us about who these builders actually were, their tools, their food waste, their settlements, increasingly well documented as excavation across the wider region continues. Every strand of evidence recovered from this hill, and its sister sites points toward the same conclusion, again and again, across every excavation season, and every peer-reviewed study published since Klaus Schmidt first began his work here. These were people, ordinary in every material sense, living the mobile hunting and gathering existence typical of this region and this period, distinguished not by access to some external, more advanced knowledge, but by an extraordinary, sustained commitment to a shared project, sustained across many generations, using tools and techniques we can fully explain, fully reconstruct, and, in some cases, fully replicate today using nothing more than the same stone, bone, and antler technology available to the original builders. That last point is worth sitting with directly, because it's one of the more satisfying answers science has offered to this whole line of speculation. Experimental archaeologists over the years have set out to test exactly how difficult it would actually be to replicate this hill's achievements using only the tools and techniques available to its original builders. Teams have successfully quarried blocks of comparable limestone using stone hammer stones alone, timing the process to develop real tested estimates of the labour involved. Teams have moved replica stones of comparable weight across comparable terrain using rope, sledges and coordinated human effort, refining, through direct physical trial, the same rough estimates we discussed earlier in this story. None of this experimental work has ever run into a wall, a point at which the ancient techniques simply fail to explain what we see at the site. Every stage of the process, however staggering in its cumulative scale, holds together under direct physical testing. That doesn't mean every question about this hill has been answered. Far from it, as this whole story has tried to make clear. But it does mean the specific question of how, in the narrowest technical sense, does not require reaching beyond the world these people actually lived in. The mystery of this hill was never really a mystery of impossible engineering. It has always been, and remains, a mystery of impossible social achievement, hundreds of people, across more than 1,000 years, choosing, again and again, without writing, without centralized government, without any of the administrative tools later societies would consider essential, to organize themselves around a shared purpose large enough to move mountains of stone. That mystery, the mystery of belief and cooperation rather than technology, is in some ways more remarkable than any lost civilization or ancient visitor could ever be. It suggests something quietly astonishing about what ordinary human beings, working together patiently, generation after generation, have always been capable of, long before any of the tools we now consider essential to civilization existed at all. There is no need to reach outside the human story to explain this hill. The human story, examined closely and honestly, turns out to be extraordinary enough on its own. Let's look too at a gentler, less sensational version of this same impulse, one that doesn't require lost civilizations or visitors from beyond the world, but simply pushes the timeline further back than the current evidence supports. Could there have been earlier phases of building at this hill, or at sites nearby, stretching back further than the currently confirmed dates, perhaps into the depths of the last ice age itself, evidence of which simply has not yet been found, or has been destroyed by the passage of so much time? This is a more reasonable question than the lost civilization claims, because it doesn't require us to imagine any technology or knowledge beyond what we already know these people possessed. It simply asks whether the story might stretch a little further back than what has currently been excavated and dated. And here, honestly, the door remains genuinely open, not because there's strong evidence for earlier phases, but because so much of this hill, and so much of the wider Tepeler region, remains entirely unexcavated. It is entirely possible, even likely, that future excavation seasons will push some dates earlier, refine our understanding of exactly when this tradition of hilltop building first began, and reveal connections and precursors we cannot yet see from where we currently stand. That kind of open question, grounded in genuine archaeological uncertainty rather than speculation reaching beyond the evidence, is part of what makes this story feel alive rather than closed. The difference matters, and it's worth naming clearly, gently, one more time before we let it rest. There is a real difference between saying we don't yet know everything, and there is more still to find, which is honestly true of this site and always will be, and saying the evidence we do have cannot explain what we've found, which so far at every turn it has. Let's turn, finally, toward the feeling underneath all of these more speculative claims, because it's worth honouring even as we set the specific claims themselves gently aside. There is something in most of us that wants this hill to be even stranger than it already is. That wants a single, clean, dramatic answer. A comet, a lost civilization, a visitor from beyond rather than the more diffuse, more human answer the evidence actually points toward. A broad, scattered, deeply human need for connection, for meaning, for shared effort in the face of an uncertain world, expressed across a whole regional network of communities over more than 1,000 patient years. That impulse, the wish for a single dramatic answer is worth noticing gently rather than judging, because it comes from the same place as the wonder that drew you to this story in the first place. We want the past to hold secrets large enough to match the scale of our own curiosity. And in a very real sense, this hill does hold secrets that large. It's simply that the secrets turn out to live not in some external explanation, reaching beyond the human story, but inside the human story itself, in the astonishing, still not fully understood capacity of ordinary people, working together, believing together, grieving and celebrating together, to build something that outlasts every one of them individually, and very nearly outlasts memory itself. That is, in the end, a stranger and more moving mystery than any comet or lost civilization could ever offer. Not how did they do it, because we can explain that, patiently, stone by stone, rope pull by rope pull. But why did it matter enough, to enough people, across enough generations for the effort to continue for over 1,000 years? That question remains genuinely, wonderfully open. And it may be the truest kind of mystery there is, the kind that doesn't need an answer to keep meaning something, the kind you can carry gently into sleep tonight, unresolved, and still feel, somehow, a little more connected to the very old, very patient story of what people, gathered together, have always been capable of building. It is worth adding gently one final honest note on this whole subject, because balance matters here as much as anywhere else in this story. Being skeptical of dramatic outside explanations does not mean closing the door on genuine surprise. This field has already been surprised once, profoundly, by what this hill turned out to contain. It would be a mistake to assume, with false confidence, that every remaining question has already been answered, or that nothing left to discover here could still meaningfully reshape our understanding. The honest grounded position is simply this: the evidence so far points clearly and consistently toward ordinary remarkable human effort, rather than anything requiring an explanation from beyond the human story. And the evidence so far is still, by any honest measure, incomplete, with most of this hill, and most of the wider landscape surrounding it, still waiting quietly under the soil for its turn to be uncovered. Let's climb back to the top of the hill one more time, slowly, and this time, instead of looking down at the stones, look up. Imagine standing here at dusk, 11,600 years ago, in the last hour before full dark. The heat of the day is finally loosening its grip on the pale limestone underfoot. Somewhere below, smoke rises thin and steady from cooking fires scattered across the gathering ground, and above you, as the light drains slowly from the sky, the first stars begin to emerge, one at a time, in a darkness far deeper and far more complete than almost anyone alive today has ever actually seen. There was no artificial light anywhere on this hill, or for a great distance around it. No towns glowing on the horizon, no aircraft threading silent lines across the upper atmosphere, nothing at all to compete with the raw, undiluted dark of a genuinely ancient night sky. Under conditions like that, the stars do not simply appear. They arrive in overwhelming abundance, thousands upon thousands of individual points of light, the pale band of the Milky Way stretching directly overhead in a wash of soft silver haze, bright enough on a clear night to cast the faintest of shadows across the ground. The people gathered on this hill would have known this sky intimately, in a way that is difficult for most of us, living now beneath skies washed pale by artificial light, to fully imagine. Not as an occasional admired backdrop, but as a working, practical, deeply familiar text, read and reread across every season of every year of every life. The rising and setting points of particular stars, shifting gradually along the horizon across the year, would have told them, with real precision, when the gazelle herds were likely to begin their migration, when the wild grain in the surrounding hills was nearing readiness for harvest, when the last hard frost of the cold season had likely passed, and it was safe to begin relying on the young, tender growth of early spring. This kind of sky knowledge, sometimes called horizon astronomy by researchers who study it, does not require writing, or mathematics, or any of the formal tools we now associate with astronomical observation. It requires only patience and memory and the accumulated, carefully taught attention of many generations, each passing down to the next, exactly which point on the horizon a particular bright star touched on the night the rains usually began, exactly how the moon's position, night after night, tracked against the silhouette of a particular distant hill. Given how carefully these people appear to have watched the sky for entirely practical reasons, it is not a large leap to imagine that the enclosures raised on this hill may have incorporated that same careful attention into their layout and orientation. We touched on this briefly earlier in the story, the ongoing, genuinely unresolved debate among researchers about whether specific enclosures align with particular solstice or equinox sunrises and sunsets, or with the rising points of specific bright stars. Some researchers argue the evidence for deliberate astronomical alignment is compelling. Others argue the apparent alignments are more likely explained by the natural slope and orientation of the hill itself, a matter of practical convenience rather than deliberate cosmic design. The debate remains active, and honestly it may remain unresolved for years to come, since proving deliberate intention behind an alignment rather than simple coincidence is one of the more difficult problems in all of archaeology. But even setting the specific alignment debate aside, it's worth simply sitting with the plain fact of the view itself. This hilltop offers, even today, a sweeping, largely unobstructed vantage across the surrounding plain in nearly every direction. Whoever chose this particular rise in the land, out of all the hills available across this broad region, chose a place from which the whole turning sky, sunrise to sunset, solstice to solstice, could be watched season after season without a single obstruction breaking the horizon. That choice alone tells us something, even without resolving the harder question of deliberate alignment. It tells us that visibility, openness, the ability to see and be seen across a wide stretch of the surrounding landscape, mattered to the people who selected this site. Perhaps that mattered for practical reasons, watching for approaching game or approaching visitors travelling in from distant camps. Perhaps it mattered for reasons closer to the symbolic and the sacred, a desire to build, quite literally, as close to the sky as the surrounding landscape allowed. Perhaps, as with so much of this story, it mattered for both reasons at once, the practical and the symbolic bound together so tightly that the people living it would never have thought to separate them the way we, looking back with our modern habit of dividing experience into neat categories, tend to do. Think, for a moment, about the particular quality of a sky watched from a hilltop like this one across a full turning year. In the depths of the cold season, even in a landscape spared the worst of a true northern winter, the nights here would have stretched long and clear, the stars especially sharp and steady in cold, dry air. In the warmer months, the sky would have carried a softer haze, the stars a little less piercing, the nights themselves shorter, pressed close on either side by longer stretches of daylight. Across the full span of a year, the whole character of the night sky above this hill would have shifted, subtly but unmistakably, in a rhythm these people would have known as intimately as they knew the changing calls of the birds or the shifting colour of the grass across the surrounding plain. It's worth letting yourself imagine, gently, what it might have felt like to stand inside one of the great enclosures on a clear night, looking not only at the carved stone figures surrounding you, but up past their crossbar heads, toward the same wide, star-filled sky those figures seem in their stillness to share your view of. The two great central pillars facing each other across the floor would have stood silhouetted against that same star field, their faceless heads outlined against the same slow wheel of constellations these people had watched their whole lives, and their parents before them, and their parents before that. There is a particular kind of peace available in that image, worth carrying gently with you now as this story continues to wind down toward its own close. A ring of watching stone figures arranged beneath an enormous ancient sky, all of it, the carved pillars and the wheeling stars alike, patient, unhurried, indifferent to any single human lifetime, and yet somehow deeply meaningful to every human life that ever stood beneath it and looked up. Consider, too, how differently the sky itself would have behaved across the many centuries this hill remained in active use, a detail easy to overlook but worth sitting with gently. The Earth's axis does not point at a perfectly fixed spot among the stars forever. It wobbles, slowly, over a cycle lasting roughly 26,000 years, a movement called precession, which means the particular star marking north and the particular constellations rising at any given point in the yearly cycle shift gradually across long spans of time. Over the more than 1,500 years this hill saw active construction and use. The night sky above it would have drifted, subtly but genuinely, From the sky, its earliest builders knew toward a somewhat different arrangement by the time its last, smallest structures were finally raised. A watchful community tracking the stars carefully across many generations would eventually have noticed this slow drift themselves, the old markers no longer falling exactly where memory and inherited teaching said they should. It is a strange, quiet thought to sit with, that even the sky these people trusted as their most stable, most reliable guide was itself, however slowly, however imperceptibly within any single lifetime, in motion. Let's think too about the moon, because its slow, monthly cycle would have offered these people a different, gentler kind of timekeeping than the more distant, more seasonal rhythms of the stars, waxing from a slender curve to a full, round brightness, then waning back down into darkness, over and over, a cycle short enough to track easily within a single human memory, long enough to organise a real sense of passing time. It is entirely reasonable to imagine that the great seasonal gatherings at this hill, the ones that drew scattered bands together for feasting, for building, for marriage and reconciliation, may have been timed, at least in part, around particular phases of this same familiar lunar cycle. A full moon, perhaps, bright enough to light the final stretch of a long journey home after a night of shared ceremony. None of this requires us to resolve the harder astronomical alignment debates that continue to occupy specialists studying this hill in careful technical detail. It simply asks us to hold, gently, the plain and largely uncontested fact that these people lived inside a sky far richer, far darker, far more present in daily and nightly life than almost anyone reading or listening to this story tonight will ever fully experience. Their world was framed, top and bottom, by earth and stone below, and an endless wheel of stars above, and the hill they built, whatever else it was, whatever else it meant, sat directly at the meeting point between those two enormous, patient presences. Let yourself rest inside that image for a while now, if you're still awake to hold it. A ring of pale limestone figures, faceless, arms folded, standing quietly beneath a sky so full of stars it would seem, to modern eyes grown used to city glow, almost impossibly dense, almost unbelievably close. Somewhere among those figures once people gathered, ate, told stories, buried their dead, married their children to distant partners, and watched, patiently, generation after generation, as the same stars rose and set along the same familiar points on the horizon, marking a rhythm of time that stretched on, steady and unbroken, long after any single one of them had returned, at last, to the same quiet earth that had once given up the stone for them to build with. Let's slow down one more time and ask a quieter, more technical question, one that sits underneath everything we've explored so far. How do we actually know how old this hill is? Not roughly, not approximately. How, precisely, did researchers arrive at a date as specific as 9,600 BCE for the oldest layers of construction, a date confident enough to reshape an entire field of study? The answer rests on a method that is, in its own way, almost as remarkable as the hill itself, though it rarely gets the same attention. Radiocarbon dating. It works at its core on a beautifully simple principle. All living things, plants, animals, and by extension the people who eat them, absorb a tiny, steady proportion of a particular radioactive form of carbon, called carbon-14, throughout their lives, drawn in through the air, through food, through the whole quiet business of being alive and exchanging matter with the world around you. The moment an organism dies, that exchange stops. The carbon-14 already inside it begins, slowly and at an entirely predictable rate, to decay, transforming gradually into a different stable form of the element. That rate of decay is remarkably constant, measured across half-lives of roughly 5,700 years, meaning that every 5,700 years or so, half of the remaining carbon-14 in a sample will have decayed away. Measure how much carbon-14 remains in an ancient organic sample, a fragment of charcoal, a sliver of bone, a piece of preserved wood. Compare it against how much would have been present at the moment of death, and you can calculate with real precision how long ago that moment of death occurred. At Göbekli Tepe, this method has been applied to organic material recovered from the fill layers packed around and beneath the standing pillars, charred plant remains, fragments of bone, tiny scraps of material caught and preserved in the same careful burial process we discussed earlier in this story. Each sample, tested independently, in laboratories using carefully controlled methods, has returned dates clustering consistently around the same narrow window, roughly 9,600 BCE for the earliest, largest enclosures, with later smaller structures dating progressively closer to the surface and closer to our own time, exactly matching the layered sequence excavators had already observed simply by reading the physical stratigraphy of the hill itself, one layer at a time, the way you might read the rings of a very old, very patient tree. It's worth sitting with how much careful, cross-checked evidence stands behind a single confident date like this one. It is never a matter of testing one sample and accepting whatever number comes back. Researchers test many samples from many different locations across the site, using multiple independent laboratories, and look for consistency across all of it. When dozens of separate samples tested independently by different scientists using different equipment in different countries, all return dates clustering around the same narrow window, the confidence in that date grows accordingly. This is not guesswork. It is patient, cross-checked, rigorously tested science, the kind that has been refined and re-refined across decades of careful methodological work by generations of researchers working on sites all across the world. There's something quietly moving in thinking about this method itself, independent of what it has revealed about this particular hill. Every living thing on Earth is, in a sense, carrying a faint invisible clock inside it, ticking down steadily from the moment it dies, waiting patiently for someone, someday, to measure it and read what it has to say about when that particular life came to its end. The charred plant remains packed into this hill's fill layers, carried that clock inside them for 11,600 years, silent and unread, until researchers with the right equipment and the right careful methods finally arrived to listen. Beyond radiocarbon dating, researchers have used other lines of evidence to build confidence in the site's chronology and to understand its long-layered history of use. Stratigraphy, the careful, patient reading of how different layers of soil, rubble, and construction material sit atop one another, tells its own story. Older material always resting beneath newer material. The natural physical logic of layered time preserved directly in the ground itself. Careful study of the stone tools recovered from each layer, comparing their style and technique against a wider body of already well-dated material from other sites across the region, provides an independent cross-check against the radiocarbon dates, and reassuringly largely confirms them. Geological and botanical analysis of the surrounding landscape adds further context, helping researchers reconstruct what the environment around this hill actually looked like during its active centuries of use. Richer in wild game and wild vegetation than the drier, more heavily grazed landscape visible today, a reconstruction that helps make sense of how a population still living without domesticated agriculture could have supported the kind of periodic, large-scale gatherings this hill's construction clearly required. It's worth pausing gently on how much patience this whole process demands at every level. The patience of the original builders, working stone by stone across more than 1,000 years. The patience of the earth itself, holding this hill's secret quietly for 10,000 years after its final closing. And the patience of the researchers now, carefully excavating fractions of a millimetre at a time in places, cataloguing every fragment of bone and stone, cross-checking every date against multiple independent lines of evidence, refusing to rush toward a conclusion the evidence has not yet fully earned. There is a lesson in that layered patience worth carrying with you now, as this whole long story continues to wind down toward its close. Some of the most important truths take a very long time to reveal themselves fully, and rushing toward a tidy answer before the evidence is ready rarely serves the truth well. The scholars who study this hill have for the most part resisted that rush admirably, publishing careful, hedged, appropriately uncertain findings, season after season, decade after decade, allowing the picture to sharpen slowly, gradually, one careful measurement at a time, rather than reaching prematurely for a dramatic conclusion the evidence could not yet support. That kind of patience is, in its own quiet way, a form of respect. Respect for the people who built this place, whose full story deserves to be told carefully, accurately, rather than flattened into something simpler and more sensational than the truth actually allows. And respect, too, for anyone listening to this story now, who deserves a telling grounded as closely as possible in what the evidence actually supports, even when, especially when, that evidence leaves real, honest uncertainty sitting at the heart of the story. Let yourself rest for a moment in that same patience now. There is no need to rush toward a final understanding of this hill tonight. No need to resolve every open question before you allow yourself to drift towards sleep. The researchers who have spent their careers on this site have not resolved every question either, and they are by every measure comfortable letting the mystery remain exactly as open as the evidence requires. You can borrow a little of that same comfortable patience for yourself now, letting the unresolved pieces of this story settle gently around you, unhurried, the way sediment settles at the bottom of still water, layer by careful layer, asking nothing more of you tonight than the willingness to let it rest. There's a final piece of this dating story worth including, because it adds one more gentle layer of confidence to everything we've explored tonight. Since Klaus Schmidt's original excavations, newer, more refined radiocarbon techniques have become available to researchers, capable of extracting reliable dates from smaller and smaller samples than earlier methods required. Successive rounds of retesting, using these improved techniques on freshly excavated material, have consistently reaffirmed the original chronology first proposed decades ago, rather than overturning it. That kind of repeated confirmation, across improving technology and successive generations of researchers, is exactly the pattern you would hope to see behind a claim as significant as the one this hill makes. Not a single measurement taken once and never revisited, but a steadily accumulating weight of independent cross-checked evidence, each new study adding its own small, careful confirmation to a picture that has so far only grown more solid with time rather than less. Let's turn now to the smaller things, because a story built entirely around towering stone can accidentally lose sight of the quieter, more intimate objects this hill has also given back to us, the kind of small, carried, personal things that somehow make the people who built this place feel closer, more real, more like people you might actually recognize, even across this enormous distance of time. Not far from the hill itself, in the nearby city of Şanlıurfa, workers digging in 1993, entirely independent of the excavations already quietly underway at Göbekli Tepe, uncovered a limestone statue unlike anything found at the hill's great enclosures. Life-sized, standing just under 2 meters tall, it depicts a human figure with real, deliberate facial features, obsidian set into the eye sockets, giving it, even now, a startling, watchful gaze. Its hands are held together in front of its body in a posture strikingly similar to the folded hands, carved onto the great T-shaped pillars a short distance away. Researchers have come to call it, informally, Urfaman, and it has been dated to roughly the same broad period as this hill's earliest layers of construction, making it, as far as current evidence tells us, one of the oldest known naturalistic sculptures of the human form anywhere in the world. Sit with the strangeness of that connection for a moment. Here, close to the same hill, close to the same builders, close to the same broad tradition of belief and symbol, is a figure that finally gives a face to the folded hands we've spent so much of this story looking at without ever quite seeing a face attached to them. Obsidian eyes, dark and glassy, set into pale limestone staring out across 11,600 years with an intensity that visitors to the museum where it now stands consistently describe as unsettling, even moving, even now. It's worth asking gently what relationship this standing, individually faced figure might have had to the deliberately faceless great pillars raised inside the hill's enclosures. Perhaps it represents something different entirely, a specific honoured individual, an ancestor, a leader, rendered with real particular features precisely because it was meant to commemorate someone specific, in contrast to the more generalised, symbolic watching figures raised inside the rings themselves. Or perhaps it represents an earlier, or a parallel tradition, one that gave its watching figures faces before, or alongside, the tradition that eventually chose, deliberately, to leave the great standing pillars blank. We may never fully resolve that particular question, but it's worth letting the two images sit together in your mind for a moment. The great blank-faced pillars, patient and anonymous, standing witness inside their rings, and this one, smaller, more intimate figure found nearby, given real eyes, real watchfulness, a real particular gaze, as though someone somewhere in this same broad tradition wanted at least one figure among all the others to look back at you directly, rather than simply standing faceless in patient generalized witness. Let's turn now to the smaller portable finds recovered directly from the hill itself, because they add their own quiet texture to this whole long story. Among the thousands of stone tools and animal bones catalogued across decades of excavation, researchers have also recovered a scattering of smaller carved objects. Stone bowls decorated with relief carving along their rims, small stone plaques bearing abstract geometric patterns whose meaning remains entirely unclear, and a number of what researchers describe as totem pole-like carvings, narrower and more portable than the great standing pillars, depicting stacked figures of animals and humans arranged one above another in a way that some have compared, cautiously, to the totem pole traditions of the Pacific Northwest, though the two traditions are separated by such an enormous span of time and distance that any direct connection is almost certainly coincidental rather than historical. One particularly striking find, recovered from the fill of one of the enclosures, depicts a human figure carved in low relief being grasped, or perhaps embraced, or perhaps threatened, by a large predatory animal, the exact relationship between the two figures difficult to read with certainty from the carving alone. Researchers have offered various interpretations: a hunting scene, a mythological confrontation, a symbolic representation of death or transformation, without settling on any single confident reading. It remains, like so much of what this hill has given us, a small, vivid fragment of a story we can see clearly enough to feel its weight, without being able to fully reconstruct the narrative it was originally meant to tell. There is something particularly moving, worth sitting with gently, in these smaller, more personal objects, precisely because of their scale. The great pillars ask you to feel small, to stand beneath something towering and let yourself be humbled by its size. These smaller carvings, stone bowls small enough to hold in two hands, plaques small enough to carry from one gathering to another, ask something different of you. They ask you to imagine a single pair of hands working carefully, patiently, on something modest enough to fit inside their own grip, and to remember that behind every one of the towering achievements we've spent this whole story marvelling at, there were always, also, countless smaller, quieter, more private acts of care. A bowl carved for a particular purpose, a plaque decorated for a particular reason, a totem-like figure carried, perhaps, from one gathering to the next, passed from hand to hand across a whole scattered network of people who never lost touch with the plain, small, ordinary business of making things carefully, with their own two hands, regardless of how large or small the object happened to be. Let's think too about the grinding stones recovered across the site, worn smooth into shallow curved basins from years, perhaps generations, of repeated use. These are among the most humble objects found anywhere at this hill, unglamorous, unphotographed by most visitors, and yet they carry their own quiet testimony. Someone knelt beside each one of these stones, again and again, grinding wild grain into flour, preparing food for the gatherings we've spent so much of this story imagining. The particular curve worn into each stone, deeper in some than others, tells us something about how long, and how often, that particular stone was used, a kind of silent record of ordinary repeated labour, stretching across years we can only estimate, performed by hands we will never know the names of. It's worth holding all of these smaller objects together now, gently, alongside everything else this hill has offered across this whole long telling. The towering pillars, the carved reliefs, the buried skulls, the astronomical questions still unresolved in careful academic debate. And now, alongside all of it, a limestone face with obsidian eyes staring out from a nearby museum case, a stone bowl, its rim carved with quiet care, a grinding stone worn smooth by hands preparing food for a gathering none of us will ever fully picture with certainty. Together, these smaller things do something the great pillars alone cannot quite do on their own. They remind you gently that everything we've explored tonight, every theory, every mystery, every careful academic debate about comets and constellations and competitive feasting, ultimately traces back to individual people, living individual ordinary lives who happened together across many patient generations to build something that would still be standing, still be wondered over, 11,600 years later. Let yourself rest in that thought now, as this long story continues to settle. Not only towering stone and grand theory, but also small hands, working carefully on small, ordinary things, generation after generation, until the accumulated weight of all that small, careful, ordinary effort became something large enough to change, permanently, what we understand about how old the human story of belief and gathering and shared meaning really is. There is a particular tenderness, too, in imagining how these smaller objects likely travelled, carried by hand from one gathering to the next, tucked into a bag of woven plant fibre or soft leather, passed between people who trusted each other enough to share something small and meaningful across the space of a long journey. A carved bowl, given as a gift perhaps, to mark a marriage arranged at one of these great seasonal gatherings. A small stone plaque, carried home by a child who had watched wide-eyed as an elder carved it by firelight and asked, the way children always ask, to keep it. These are small, invented possibilities, offered gently rather than claimed as certain fact, but they are worth holding all the same because they remind us that the story of this hill was never only a story of monuments. It was all along underneath everything else, also a story of small kindnesses, small exchanges, small objects carried carefully between people who cared about each other, the same quiet threads that still, even now, even in your own life tonight, hold a community together far more reliably than any single towering monument ever could. Let's take one last slow walk through the idea that made this hill matter so much to the wider world, beyond the specific wonder of any single carved pillar or buried skull. Because before this hill was excavated, there was a story most of us were taught, quietly, almost without noticing we were being taught it, about how human civilization actually began. And this hill, more than almost any other single discovery of the last century, took that story apart. The old version went something like this. For most of human history, people lived as scattered hunter-gatherers, following game, gathering wild plants, moving constantly, owning little, building nothing permanent, because nothing permanent made sense for a life spent always moving on. Then, around 10 or 11,000 years ago, in a handful of favourable regions around the world, people began, gradually, to plant crops deliberately and to stay in one place long enough to tend them. That single shift, farming, is what the story credited with everything that followed. Surplus food, stored for the first time in human history, meant not everyone had to spend every day hunting or gathering. Some people could specialise, become potters, become builders, become priests. Villages grew into towns, towns grew into cities. And somewhere inside those cities, with time and resources finally available for something beyond bare survival, religion became organised, temples were built, and the whole grand architecture of civilization, as we usually picture it, began. It's a clean story, an intuitive one, the kind that fits neatly into a single paragraph of a textbook, and for most of the 20th century, it was the closest thing archaeology had to settle consensus. Farming first, settlement first, surplus first, and only then, once those foundations were in place, temples and priests and monumental building. This hill breaks that order entirely, and it does so with evidence too solid to easily dismiss. The people who built the earliest, grandest enclosures here were not farmers. The bone evidence tells us clearly they were still hunting wild gazelle, wild boar, wild cattle. The plant evidence tells us clearly they were still gathering wild grain rather than tending planted fields. They had no permanent city, as far as decades of careful excavation have yet revealed. And yet they built. Not a small shrine, not a modest gathering circle, but dozens of monumental stone enclosures, some containing pillars weighing as much as a fully grown elephant, carved with a skill and confidence that speaks to a long tradition already well established by the time these particular stones were raised. Klaus Schmidt, the archaeologist who spent nearly 2 decades of his life uncovering this hill, came to describe this reversal with a phrase that has since become almost a kind of shorthand for the whole discovery. First came the temple, he proposed, and only then the city. Belief, gathering and shared ceremony in his reading of the evidence did not wait patiently for farming to arrive and free up the necessary time and resources. They may, instead, have helped drive farming into existence in the first place. Think back to the wild wheat growing in the nearby Karahan hills, visible from this very hilltop, genetically confirmed as the direct ancestor of one of humanity's very first domesticated crops. If large numbers of people were gathering here, repeatedly, across many generations, drawn together not by farming but by shared belief and shared ceremony, they would have needed to feed those gatherings somehow. And the easiest, most abundant source of food close at hand, alongside the hunted meat that made up so much of their diet, was exactly this wild grain, growing thick across the surrounding hillsides during the right season of the year. It is not difficult to imagine how, across enough repeated gatherings, across enough generations of people returning to the same hillsides at the same time each year specifically to harvest this grain for their ceremonies, someone might have begun, almost without fully realizing the significance of what they were doing, to notice which patches of wild grain grew thickest, which seeds seemed to sprout most reliably, which plants seemed worth protecting a little more carefully from grazing animals, worth returning to check on between the larger seasonal gatherings. Not a sudden invention, but a slow, gradual, almost accidental drift toward cultivation, growing directly out of the practical demands of feeding a large ceremonial gathering rather than the other way around. If that reading holds up and it remains, it's worth saying honestly, one interpretation among several still actively debated by specialists in this field, then the old story doesn't just need adjusting slightly, it needs turning almost completely on its head. Farming in this telling did not create the conditions that made temples possible. The gathering, the shared belief, the desire to build something meaningful together, however that impulse first arose, may have created the conditions that made farming necessary, or at least convenient in the first place. That's a genuinely significant shift, and it's worth sitting with what it implies about the people themselves, not just the timeline of technological development. It suggests that the deepest human drives, the need for connection, for shared meaning, for belief in something larger than any single life, are not luxuries that civilization eventually afforded us once the practical business of survival was handled. They may be foundational. They may be part of what pushed us toward the practical innovations we usually credit with making civilization possible in the first place, rather than simply riding along afterward as a pleasant byproduct of material comfort. There is something worth carrying with you in that reordering, something that reaches beyond archaeology into the quieter question of what actually matters most in a human life. We tend, in our own era, to assume that meaning, connection, and belief are things you attend to once the practical foundations are secure, once the job is stable, once the house is paid for, once the harder, more urgent demands of survival have been handled. This hill suggests something gentler, and perhaps more hopeful, about the actual order of human priorities, both then and now. That the reaching toward meaning, toward connection, toward something larger than bare survival, is not a luxury reserved for comfortable, settled circumstances. It may be one of the oldest, most persistent threads running through the whole human story, present even in, perhaps especially in times of real hardship and uncertainty, when the reasons to reach toward each other and toward whatever larger meaning helps make sense of a difficult world are strongest of all. It's worth acknowledging, too, how much resistance this reordering initially met within the field of archaeology itself, because that resistance is its own small human story worth sitting with gently. Klaus Schmidt has spoken, in interviews given over the years of his excavation, about the skepticism he faced early on from colleagues who found the proposed dates simply too early to be believable, who assumed, understandably given the weight of the old consensus, that some error in dating or interpretation would eventually surface to bring this hill back into line with the expected timeline. It took years of careful, repeated, cross-checked evidence, radiocarbon date after radiocarbon date, tool assemblage after tool assemblage, before the wider field came to accept what the hill itself had been patiently, quietly insisting on since the moment excavation began. That too is worth holding on to gently as this whole long story approaches its close. Even careful, well-trained experts, deeply committed to following evidence wherever it leads, can find it genuinely difficult to let go of a story that has organized their whole understanding of a subject for their entire career. It took patience and repeated evidence and the quiet, stubborn persistence of a hillside that simply would not stop telling the same surprising story, no matter how many times it was tested, before the wider understanding of human prehistory finally shifted to make room for what this place actually represents. Perhaps that, more than any specific date or theory, is the deepest lesson this hill has to offer, drifting gently with you now toward whatever rest waits at the end of this long telling. Old stories, however comfortable, however deeply settled into our collective understanding, sometimes need to be reconsidered, gently but firmly when the evidence asks it of us. And that reconsidering, however difficult it may be in the moment, however much resistance it meets along the way, tends, in the end, to leave us with a richer, truer, more genuinely wondrous understanding of who we have always been, and what we have always, quietly, patiently, been capable of building together. It is worth noting, gently, that this same reordering has continued to ripple outward into other corners of archaeology since this hill first forced the question open. Researchers studying other early sites, in other parts of the world, have begun looking more carefully for similar evidence, monumental effort predating clear evidence of full agricultural settlement, gathering sites that might have served a similar binding, ceremonial function for populations still living a largely mobile existence. Some of these searches have turned up intriguing hints of their own, still preliminary, still requiring the same careful, patient years of excavation and dating that this hill itself required before its true significance became clear. The old tidy story of farming first, temples later, may turn out to have been not simply wrong in this one particular case, but wrong more generally, a comfortable simplification that the messier, more varied truth of human prehistory is only now, slowly, patiently, beginning to replace. Let's slow all the way down now, further than we have slowed at any point so far in this story, and simply walk, one more time, through the hours of a single ordinary day on this hill, the way it might have unfolded for the people who once called it, however briefly, however seasonally, a kind of home. Picture the first light of morning, pale and cool, spreading slowly across the plain below before it ever quite reaches the hilltop itself. The air at this hour carries a particular kind of stillness, a held breath before the heat of the day fully arrives, cool enough that you can feel it settle against your skin, quiet enough that the first sounds of the morning, a bird calling somewhere in the scrub below, the soft scrape of someone already awake and moving among the sleeping camp carry clearly across the whole hillside. Someone is already awake most mornings, tending the fire that has been kept low and glowing through the night, feeding it now with a few careful handfuls of dry brush, coaxing it back toward the steady warmth that will be needed for the day's cooking. The smoke rises thin and pale against the lightening sky, and slowly, unhurried, the rest of the camp begins to stir around it. Children wake first, the way children usually do, restless before the adults are ready for them to be, and someone, a grandparent perhaps, an older sibling, gathers them gently toward the fire, murmuring whatever quiet, half-remembered instructions keep small hands from wandering too far before the day's work has properly begun. There is a particular, unhurried rhythm to a morning like this, one that has almost nothing in common with the urgency most of us carry into our own mornings now. No clock to answer to beyond the slow, patient rising of the sun itself. By mid-morning, the work of the day has usually sorted itself into its familiar shapes. Some hands turn toward the quarry, continuing whatever stage of work is currently underway on the pillar being shaped that season. The steady, rhythmic sound of stone striking stone carrying faintly across the hillside, a sound so constant during the active building seasons that it likely faded into the same kind of comfortable background presence as birdsong or wind, noticed mostly in its absence rather than its presence. Other hands turn toward the gathering of food, wild grain cut with careful practiced strokes of a flint sickle, or the patient tracking of a gazelle herd spotted moving across the plain the evening before. At midday, the heat presses down heavily enough that the pace of everything slows further still. This is a landscape that teaches its people, across enough generations, exactly when to rest and when to work, and the hottest hours of the day were almost certainly given over to shade, to quiet conversation, to the mending of tools and the retelling of stories already told many times before, comfortable in their familiarity the way a well-worn path is comfortable underfoot. As the afternoon softens toward evening, the light across the hillside changes in a way that is easy to imagine even now, even at this great distance. The pale limestone, harsh and reflective under the full sun of midday, begins to warm into gold, then amber, then a deep softening rose as the sun drops toward the horizon. This would have been, most evenings, the gentlest hour of the whole day, the heat finally loosening its grip, the light growing kind rather than punishing, the whole wide plain below catching the same slow warmth and holding it, briefly, before the colour drained away into dusk. This is the hour, most likely, when the great rings themselves would have felt most alive, if any hour did. People gathering, drawn by habit and by the simple pull of shared company after a day spent largely at separate tasks. Food shared around the fires, the low murmur of many voices overlapping, rising and falling, the particular texture of sound that only exists when a real community, however scattered and however temporary, has gathered together in one place. Somewhere among the voices, perhaps, the specific cadence of a story being told. A story about the animals carved into the stones around them, about the ancestors those stones may have represented, about whatever it was that had drawn their own particular family, this particular season, back to this particular hill. And then, gradually, as the light finally failed and the fires became the only real source of warmth and illumination across the darkening hillside, the pace of the evening would have slowed further still, voices softening, children finally settling, the whole camp easing gradually toward the kind of stillness that precedes real sleep. Someone perhaps would have remained awake a little longer than the rest, tending the fire down to its coals, watching the last of the light fade from the western sky, feeling the particular deep quiet that settles over a hilltop like this one, once the voice is finally still and the only sound left is wind and the settling of the fire and somewhere, in the far distance, the call of some night animal moving across the darkened plain. It's worth letting yourself rest inside that particular quiet now, the way the people who once lived it must have rested inside it themselves, night after night, season after season, for as long as this hill remained a place worth returning to. There was nothing especially dramatic about most of these evenings. Most of these ordinary, unremarkable nights folded quietly between the larger, more significant gatherings this story has spent so much time exploring. Most nights were simply this: fire and food and low voices and eventually sleep, under a sky so full of stars it would seem, to modern eyes, almost impossibly close. Let that ordinary rhythm settle over you now, gently, as your own evening winds down toward its own close. You do not need to hold on to any of the larger mysteries any longer tonight. The comets and the constellations, the competing theories, the careful academic debate still unresolved after decades of patient work. You can simply hold this instead, this quieter, more ordinary image, a fire, banked low for the night, a hillside settling into darkness, a whole scattered community drawn together for a season or a gathering, or simply a single ordinary evening easing gradually toward rest, the way you're easing now, the way every tired body eventually eases night after night toward whatever quiet waits at the end of a long day. Somewhere on that same hillside, the great stone figures stood through all of it, every ordinary evening and every significant gathering alike, faceless, folded-handed, patient beyond anything a single human life can properly measure. They are still standing there now, tonight, under whatever sky happens to be stretched above that same quiet stretch of southeastern Turkey this particular evening, keeping the same patient watch they have kept for 11,600 years, asking nothing, expecting nothing, simply present, the way stone is present, the way patience itself, given enough time, eventually becomes a kind of permanence. Let yourself borrow a little of that same patience now, as you finally let this whole long story go. There is nothing left to hold on to tonight except the soft, settled weight of everything we've walked through together, and the quiet, steady knowledge that some mysteries are allowed to stay open, gently unresolved, turning over slowly in the dark, while the rest of you, at last, finally rests. Before we let this story close for good, it's worth widening the view one final time, not toward theory or explanation, but simply toward company. Because while this particular hill, and its cluster of sister sites scattered across the Tepeler, remain uniquely old, uniquely well-preserved, uniquely revealing of just how early monumental belief and gathering began, they were never truly alone in the wider story of the ancient world reaching toward something larger than itself. Around the same broad span of centuries, and in the centuries that followed, other communities in other parts of the world were beginning their own slow, patient reach toward monument, toward shared ceremony, toward the raising of something lasting from stone or earth or timber, not in direct contact with the builders of this hill, separated as they were by oceans and mountain ranges and thousands of years of independent development, but reaching, all the same, towards something recognisably similar. A shared human impulse arising again and again, independently in scattered corners of the world, whenever enough people found enough reason to gather and enough shared belief to build. In the millennia that followed this hill's own centuries of use, earthen mounds began rising across parts of what is now the eastern United States, built by communities who, much like the builders of this hill, had not yet adopted intensive agriculture, raising monumental structures from packed earth rather than quarried stone, but reaching, in their own way, toward the same basic idea. A shared, marked place, built through sustained collective effort, meaningful enough to justify the labour of many hands across many years. In the British Isles, thousands of years after this hill's earliest rings were raised, other communities began their own long tradition of monumental stone building, culminating eventually in the Great Circle at Stonehenge, its blue stones dragged, by some combination of methods still debated among specialists today, across more than 150 miles of difficult terrain. Different stone, different landscape, different specific beliefs almost certainly shaping the final form of the monument, but the same underlying human instinct, visible again, reaching across an entirely separate span of time and geography toward the same basic answer. Gather, build, mark this place as meaningful for as long as the stone itself endures. It's worth sitting with this pattern gently, because it offers its own quiet reassurance, independent of any specific theory we've explored about this particular hill. Whatever drove the builders of Göbekli Tepe to their staggering sustained effort, whatever combination of fear and hope and belonging and belief, was not some strange isolated aberration in the human story. It was an early, unusually well-preserved expression of something that appears, again and again, independently, across nearly every human community that has ever existed, whenever the right combination of shared need and shared capability came together. The instinct to build something lasting, together, in answer to whatever question the world was asking of them at the time. That instinct connects this hill, quietly, to nearly every other monument human beings have ever raised, across every continent, across every span of recorded and unrecorded history. It connects the builders of these ancient Anatolian rings to the builders of the great mounds of the Mississippi Valley, to the builders of Stonehenge, to the builders of the pyramids, to the builders of cathedrals raised centuries later still, each reaching, in their own particular language of stone or earth or timber, toward the same basic human need, something to gather around, something to mark this place, this moment, this shared effort, as meaningful enough to outlast any single life that contributed to it. There is something worth carrying gently into sleep in that wide scattered pattern of shared human instinct, something that reaches beyond the specific mystery of this one remarkable hill. You're not so very different in the end from the people who once gathered here, faces lit by firelight, listening to stories about the carved animals surrounding them, drawn together by the same basic needs that still draw people together now: connection, meaning, the comfort of not facing an uncertain world entirely alone. Different tools, different beliefs, different language, entirely lost to us now, spoken by people whose names we will never know. But the same underlying warmth, the same underlying need, reaching forward, generation after generation, hill after hill, monument after monument, all the way down to you here now, turning this story over gently in your mind as you finally let yourself rest. Let that quiet company settle over you now, as this whole long telling finally winds down toward its close. Somewhere, on a hillside in southeastern Turkey, a ring of ancient watching figures stands quietly in the dark, exactly as it has stood for 11,600 years. And somewhere in your own mind, tonight, a small, gentle echo of that same old human instinct, the pull toward wonder, toward story, toward the shared, patient effort of trying to understand a world larger than any single life can fully hold, settles quietly too, ready, at last, to rest. There is one last small thought worth carrying gently into that rest. Every one of those other monuments we just walked through together, the earthen mounds, the standing stones, the pyramids, the cathedrals, was itself, once, someone's first attempt at answering the same old question this hill answered first. How do we hold each other close, across distance, across uncertainty, across the long, unpredictable passage of time? Each new monument, in its own era, in its own language of stone or earth or timber, was a fresh attempt at the same enduring answer: gather, build, remember. And in your own quiet way, simply by carrying this story with you now, by letting yourself wonder about people who lived and loved and feared and hoped so very long ago, you're continuing that same unbroken thread, one more small, gentle link in a chain of attention that stretches all the way back to a hillside above a wide, dry plain, and reaches, gently, all the way forward to wherever you're resting now. Let's go back, one last time, to where this story began. A farmer kneeling in a dry field, brushing dust from a curve of stone that should not have been there. A scholar climbing a hillside that had already been dismissed once, choosing to look a little closer instead of walking on. Picture that hillside now, one final time, the way it must have looked in that very first quiet moment of recognition. Pale limestone underfoot, worn smooth by wind rather than footsteps, not yet known to hold anything at all beneath its surface. A wide, dry plain stretching away in every direction, the same plain these builders once watched their gazelle herds cross, season after season, the same sky they once read for the first hint of the rain. And somewhere beneath that quiet, unremarkable hillside, waiting patiently through 10,000 years of grass and wind and scattered stone, an entire buried world. Rings of great faceless figures, arms folded, hands resting quietly at carved stone belts. Foxes and vultures and coiled snakes watching from every surface. A floor worn smooth by feet that walked here 11,600 years before any of us were born. A closing, gentle and deliberate, that buried it all safely away, long enough and carefully enough that it might, against every reasonable expectation, still be found. We've spent a long while together now, turning this mystery over from every angle it offers. The staggering scale of what was built, the patient, ordinary, entirely human methods that made an apparently impossible undertaking achievable after all. The strange, watchful presence of the pillars themselves, and the careful folded hands that still somehow feel meant even now. The unsettling tenderness of the burial, feasting and reverence and grief folded together into the same closing earth. The wider, ordinary human lives lived around all of it, hunters and gatherers and organizers and children running between the fires. The three great threads of explanation: catastrophe remembered in stone, old stories echoing forward across thousands of years, and the plainer, more human thread of belonging, status, and the endless complicated work of holding a scattered community together. And finally, the wider landscape this hill belongs to, sister sites scattered across the same ancient hills, each one adding its own quiet voice to the same shared, unfinished chorus. None of it resolves into a single, tidy answer. That was never really the point of returning to it all one more time. The point, if there is one, is simply to let the whole shape of the mystery settle fully now, gently, the way it has been settling in slow layers across this entire long telling, until it rests comfortably in your mind the way the hill itself rested, quietly, patiently, beneath its blanket of earth for 10,000 years. Think, one last time, about the sheer improbability of any of this reaching you at all. A hillside dismissed once, in 1963, and left untouched for over 30 years. A scholar who happened to read the old survey notes and happened to feel that something in them didn't quite sit right, and happened to have the time and the curiosity to climb the hill himself and look closer. Decades of careful, patient, often underfunded excavation, season after season, one small square of earth at a time, brushed clear by hand, catalogued, measured, and slowly, assembled into the picture we've spent this whole evening exploring together. At almost any point along that long chain of small decisions and quiet persistence, this story could have gone differently. The hill could have remained dismissed. The funding could have run dry before the true scale of the site became clear. The evidence could have been misread, misunderstood, filed away as something more ordinary than it actually was. It wasn't. Person after person, across 3 decades, chose instead to keep looking, keep digging, keep trusting that what the earth was slowly giving back mattered enough to keep uncovering, one careful layer at a time. That too is worth carrying gently into your own rest tonight. Something valuable, something true, something worth knowing, can sit quietly for a very long time, waiting, before the right patience finally arrives to uncover it. 10,000 years, in the case of this hill. A shorter span, most likely, for whatever quiet, unresolved things you may be carrying tonight. But the same basic principle holds, gentle and steady, underneath both. Patience is not the same as neglect. A thing held quietly, carefully, for as long as it takes is not a thing lost. It is simply a thing waiting for its own right moment to be understood. Thank you for staying with this story all the way to its quiet close, through every carved animal, every buried skull, every patient theory offered, and gently set back down beside the others. There was no need to resolve any of it tonight, and there still isn't. You can let the whole shape of this hill rest now, exactly the way it rested for 10,000 years before anyone came looking, safe, unhurried, and entirely unbothered by whether tonight is the night it gets fully understood. Thank you so much for spending this time with this story. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us keep making more content. See you in the next one. Let yourself rest now, here, in the quiet that follows a long story well told. There is nothing left to solve tonight, nothing left to carry forward except the soft, settled shape of everything we've walked through together. A hilltop, a ring of watching stones, a whole scattered world of people who lived and gathered and built and grieved and hoped, in ways not so very different, underneath it all. From the ways we still live and gather and build and grieve and hope 11,600 years later. Picture the hill one final time exactly as it must look right now, tonight, under whatever sky happens to be stretched above it this particular evening. Quiet, still. The modern canopy catching whatever moonlight or starlight reaches down through the clear desert air. The great pillars standing exactly where they have stood for longer than any of us can properly hold in our minds. Faceless, patient, arms folded, facing each other across a floor worn smooth by feet that have long since returned to the same quiet earth the stone itself was quarried from. They are not waiting for anything, those old stone figures. They have already done what they were built to do, whatever that was, however many centuries ago it was finished. They simply stand now, the way they have stood through every night since, watching nothing in particular, asking nothing of the dark, patient in a way that feels, if you let yourself sit with it gently enough, almost like an invitation. An invitation to rest, the way they have rested, to let a long effort finally be finished, the way their long effort was finally finished, folded carefully into the closing earth, and trusted, without needing proof, to still matter, even unseen, even unremembered, for as long as it takes. Let that same trust settle over you now, soft and unhurried. Whatever you carried into this story tonight, whatever question or worry or ordinary tiredness followed you here, you can set it down now, gently, the way this whole hill was once set down, gently, into the safety of the waiting earth. Nothing needs to be finished tonight. Nothing needs to be understood completely. The mystery can stay open, quiet, and unresolved, turning over slowly somewhere in the soft edge of your mind while the rest of you at last finally lets go and rests. If you had to leave behind everything you know and disappear into a hillside for 1,000 years, the way this place did, what's the one small ordinary thing from your own life you'd most want someone 11,000 years from now to somehow still remember about you? Let that thought drift with you now, unhurried, into sleep.